Thank you through the chair. Washego Lions and Coldwater Legion.
Thank you, Member Jansen.
Thank you, the Coldwater BIA and the Southeastern Georgian Bay Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Member Brennan.
None.
And I have Quarter Mill and the Matchless Community Heritage Center. Member Cox.
I have the Coldwater Agricultural Society, the Coldwater Lions Club, the Washego Events Committee, and Legion, Coldwater Legion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Minnings.
Hi, thank you. Question for clarification. By declaring, does this mean we are out of conversation for this time and we leave the room, or just out of the voting?
I think you leave the room.
Thank you. The West Shore Events Committee, the West Shore Community Gardens, the Washego Events Committee, and the Aurelia Public Library.
Thank you. Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. I have Washego Events Committee.
Great. Thank you very much. Nothing in the consent. So if we could adopt the regular agenda.
Thank you. The motion reads that the agenda be adopted as circulated.
Moved by Member Jansen, second by Member Cox. All in favor? And that's carried. So we'll confer with Mr. Plunkett, but we'll start on page 73, utilities. Is that okay, Andrew?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And between you and Mr. Burke, we can go down the page. Okay, thank you. Do you have any highlights on here, Derek? You want to just
Yeah, through the chair, I guess just to start. Each line has a revenue for each system. So there's 6 water systems and 3 wastewater systems, and combined, they'll sum to about 3.549 million in total estimated revenue. So just to kind of bear that in mind, that doesn't include the penalties and some other contributions. And then throughout the entire list here, you'll see that we have included the additional costs for the operator into each category of regular salaries and wages. So combined, that accounts for the utilities operator. That's new in 24.
Okay, if you had a chance to look at page 73, you can flip over. Go from Washego into Coldwater. Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair to Andrew. So I noticed the insurance rates. So we don't have a blanket insurance, Andrew, or do you just cost each sewer plant out for insurance? How does that work? I'm just curious.
So if I can, through the chair to Member Burkett, we do exactly that. So instead of just having it in the administration account, we do direct it to all of the various departments. It's just one entry. We just do one journal entry to distribute it across the board. It's not necessary in all places, but in something like water and sewer, it's supposed to be self-sustaining. So you'd certainly want to distribute the insurance costs to there.
Thank you, Member Brennan.
Thank you, Chair Andrew. Just curious. So our insurance obviously is a huge cost. This is just one tiny piece of it, or one part of it. Just curious, how do you go about? Is there an arrangement with AMO or anyone for optimum insurance rates? How do you do it?
So right now, I believe the county is actually looking at trying to lower insurance rates across the board. They're not, I don't know if they're quite there yet, but they have asked us quite a few questions. We provided them all the information. So have all the other municipalities, because insurance is a significant cost for the municipalities. We have sent it out to tender before, and typically we do that when the rates increase significantly. And the last time we did select by far the lowest bidder, but they've actually probably been one of our better providers. They still are our provider, but we will certainly entertain. We were considering going out to tender again, and we do that through our broker. But with the county exercise in play, we figured we'd let it play out first before we re-looked at it again.
Thank you.
Member Cox.
Through the chair to Andrew. Andrew, but there are only a few insurance, like are there two or something like that? It's not very many.
There are very few. So I want to say 3 or 4 years ago, there was probably 4. And I'm pretty sure we're actually down to 2 now.
Yeah. Okay.
So it becomes more and more difficult. There might still be 3 because I think there's Marsh, BFL, and Frank Count, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They probably use underwriters. So they probably use the same underwriter.
Yeah.
So even though it looks like it's 3 insurance companies, if they're using the same underwriter, which is usual.
Thank you.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair to Andrew, is there an anomaly that the West Shore is more an insurance premium than Coldwater?
Not an anomaly. Just through the chair, we distribute it to the operations based on how much they cost us. So effectively, if the West Shore's operating costs are slightly higher, we've distributed based on a percentage. So each one of them. So some of them are smaller, some of them are higher, but it's based on the volume of operations necessary. I mean, ultimately, it doesn't matter where we distribute it in here as long as we distribute it to water and sewer.
Oh,
because it's water and sewer that is required to be self-sustaining, not each individual.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So 8,700 for Washego and 7,500 for Coldwater is not a.
And it is simply just an estimate.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Member Burke.
And through the chair, and I think maybe just to give a bit more context to how we distribute costs that are sort of what we look at as overhead is in more of a fashion. So the number of users between, let's say, Coldwater and West Shore are different. So, there's the estimated 3,948 users in West Shore, whereas in Coldwater, there's 2,360. So, significantly more users in West Shore, which then creates a bit more on the estimate.
Okay, thank you. So then on page 74, the increase in capital in Coldwater Sewer is 100,000 more. Is that going to come later in capital?
It will, and you'll notice that it's not always the same amount of capital per plant each year. It does fluctuate depending on the project. So, but you will see all those once we get to the.
Okay, thank you, Member Jensen.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm just noticing the hydro rates are quite a lot different compared from the Washego sewer rate to the Coldwater sewer rate. Is there a reason why the plant in Washego, is it more efficient, or is it separated between that and water? What's the reason for that?
Go ahead, Mr. Burke.
So through the chair, Washego is a lagoon system. And so really what the waste side pays for is the conveyance, the pumping stations, but not as much treatment, whereas the two other systems are full treatment plant packages, and they're energy dense. Yeah, they take a lot of energy.
Okay, great. Thank you, Member Cox. Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair, Derek, just to follow up on that, I know we haven't got to page 75, but if you look at the hydro for West Shore at 59,000 and Coldwater at 66, and I know they're different systems, and I know Tony likes the one in Coldwater better than the one in West Shore. So I'm curious why the hydro costs are like, the difference must be whatever pumps or stuff we're using in Coldwater.
So through the chair, it's a bit of that. The Napier Reed system is an efficient system compared to the sequencing batch reactor, the SBR. But on the same breath, the quantity of sewage produced and treated at each plant is different. So, there's quite a bit less sewage in Coldwater than there is in West Shore. West Shore is our highest energy consumer in the group, right?
But the hydro is only at 59 and in Coldwater at 66.
Oh. That was happening.
And through the chair, actually, there's one more component to this where West Shore has the two plants in one. So what you'll see, you got to mirror that same cost over into the water side.
Okay.
So it's actually double that quantity.
Okay.
Right. It's shown on a different line in water.
All right.
Okay, thanks. So we can switch to page 75. And if no questions, we can jump to 76, get into the water. Once again, Derek, if you have any comments on the water side,
Through the chair. Yeah, I think one thing to note is the line here that says redistributions are generally zero. This particular one has $2,000 left to redistribute, but the idea there is there are some acquisitions that don't go directly to the codes. They go through a percent base, and that's where those. So it's a bit of an accounting trick, but at the end of the year, they're balanced out to zero, and it is applied to each plan.
member meetings.
Thank you, through the chair. You may not have this handy, but is there a number or revenue line in here or throughout that shows people who were paying higher than the set water bills? I'm just curious how many overages there are as a revenue stream. And if you don't have that, that's fine. That can be
Through the chair, we can get that figure for you, but just in sort of a verbal text, it's not many. Our 68 cubic meters allocation is fairly large, and so your average user doesn't exceed that. They don't go on to a per cubic meter rate billing very often. No.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And if I can maybe add to that a little, the ones that do typically go over are commercial businesses, which is understandable, and there are a few that have large swimming pools, and some of those do go over as well. But as the director said, most do not.
Okay, thank you. Moving along, we can get into 77, where we have, Derek said we have more water systems and sewage systems. No comments, then we go to 78.
Thank you, through the chair, to Derek. The capital expenditures there, did we finish drilling the wells in the woodlands or not? Is that what that's for?
So through the chair, unfortunately not. Our contractor that we retained failed to execute the contract at all. We have terminated that contract and we're seeking a new one. That's why you'll see in the capital that there's another carry forward of that same value to replace the wells at the Bass Lake Woodlands.
Okay.
Member meetings.
So through the chair, is there a line here for security around the water and sewage treatment plants? Thank you.
So through the chair, the form of security we have is in building and property maintenance. So any of the codes ending in 2220. What we provide for security is active alarming. We do have surveillance capability at most of the plants anyway. In terms of an integrated surveillance or security feature is we have gates and fencing at all of our facilities. It's part of a requirement to ensure that the facilities are secured and are not accessible by not authorized people.
Thank you. So we're at 79, if that's okay. And then I'll go ahead, Member Cox.
Through the chair to Derek, Severn Estates, that's the one that is very expensive, right? Did we not have something we were going to do there and then we were going to look at? Yeah, thank you.
So through the chair, yeah, Severn Estates being the code 434, it comparatively per cubic meter certainly is expensive, very small system. And we have a capital project in the works from 23 that's going to be carried into 24 to replace the well casing, the well itself, where it's kind of met its end of life. But prior to that, we've been directed by council to undertake a study for fragmentation. And what that means is effectively taking the system offline and delivering water in a different form, whether it be private wells on the properties. There's not many properties that are served. So the staff are working right now with the ministry, and we'll be bringing you a report on what that looks like and what are the associated estimate costs to fragment the system. So then we can have a choice if we're going to resume the operations or if we're going to fragment the operation.
And supplemental, how many users again? I forget. 16?
That's
Sorry. No, it's okay. It's low though. It's under 20, isn't it?
through the chair. Yeah, I have the number here. It's 25.
25. Okay, thank you.
Member McIntyre.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a question to Derek. Do we have any kind of an estimate if we're going to put wells in those 25 homes, how much it would cost us?
Through the chair. So that's kind of through the process. We're not quite there yet, but when we report back, we're going to have some estimates of what it might cost to correct the system as is now and what it might cost to fragment the system. And once we decide what that would be, then we'll get more accurate estimates, but we need to work to make sure that the ministry is going to permit the fragmentation first, and we'll get kind of a cascading accuracy of cost estimates as we work through the process.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair to Derek. So at this time, before we see that report, we're still going to move forward and spend the $150,000. Is it something we can hold off to drill? I assume that's to drill a new well, is it?
So through the chair, we're not going to advance the well replacement ahead of deciding if it's going to be fragmented. So we've kind of just carried this value. We actually haven't spent anything but staff time on this project so far. Working with the ministry, developing the report to present for fragmentation option. That'll be the first step. And then in that report, you'll have options to advance. We will require a consultant to assist with the fragmentation report. There's some requirements from the ministry to provide a detailed engineering response to the fragmentation. So that will cost some money too. But right now we're just working with the ministry on whether it's feasible or not.
So supplementary, if I may. So would this be a good job for our new project manager?
Member McIntyre.
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just a quick question. Have we had any dialogue with the 25 residents about taking away their water and having them replaced with wells?
Through the chair, no, we certainly have not. Our first step is to discuss with the ministry about feasibility. We certainly don't want to open those conversations and create, unnecessary concern. First, we want to make sure that it's feasible, that there are some technical merits to it, that this council and our operations at large are on board, and then we do need to, seek the public opinion as well of those rate users.
Supplementary, what if we get a huge pushback from these 25 people? We got an alternative plan.
I think that's certainly a risk, and it's something that we're including in our report about what are the ramifications of doing A and what are the ramifications of doing Y, and we'll kind of land in the middle, but that's certainly a risk. Yeah.
Okay, if we're okay with page 79, we'll go to page 80. Dealing a lot with Sandcastle there. And how many users there, Eric, would you say is for the committee?
So Sandcastle has approximately 66 individual connections. So users and number of users, you can usually times that by 2 to 3. So, 180, give or take.
Thank you. And we'll move from page 80 to 81. And that's moving from there into Coldwater. We can go from 81 to 82. And then that leads into West Shore Water. So, Derek, just in concept for both Coldwater and Washego, there's lots of water supply. Am I safe to say that for the next 10 years or? Yeah, go ahead.
So through the chair, going back to, I think it was around August, we delivered the uncommitted capacity report, and we do that on an annual basis. And what it does is it gives you an idea of what your plants are operating at. And yes, Washego, both Washego and Coldwater, in terms of water capacity, are doing quite well.
And West Shore, how is it with all the growth there?
So through the chair, West Shore, a similar story. However, the pattern of growth is a little bit different. So yes, what we're seeing as coming online will start to stress the water side as well in that particular settlement area.
Thank you. If we're done with page 83, we'll flip to 84.
If I can, Mr. Chair, this starts off with the utility vehicles revenues, and then it lists all the utility vehicle expenses, which zero each other out and are distributed back to the pages that you just looked at. So just similar to the roads, we probably don't need to go through those particular pages.
Maybe just one comment.
Certainly, we'll let Mr. Burke make a comment.
So through the chair, maybe just of note, different from last year would be on page 85, you'll see the new vehicle. So later in the capital, we are requesting an additional vehicle accompanying the additional operator. And so the operating funds required to operate the vehicle are shown here at the bottom of the page.
Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair for clarification on that point. For the additional operator, is this the operator that we spoke about yesterday going to that you're talking about in the roads department?
No, right. The utilities. Yeah.
Through the chair, if I may. So it's like we did talk about the utilities operator. So we did talk about a roads operator, a utilities operator, and a capital projects manager. This one's the utilities operator. And since 2021, we planned that 24 was going to be the year we bring on this new operator and accompanying fleet. So for quite a long time in the rates, it's built in that it would operate, that we would enhance our staffing by 1 unit and by 1 unit of fleet.
Thank you. Any comments on the, it ends at page 86.
And if I can, Mr. Chair, if we're through looking at the operating pages, we can move into the orange tab and move to page 107. And the utilities pages here are actually going to be 107, 108, and 109.
Okay, so everyone's on their spreadsheet there for on page 107. Right at the top, that's where you see the new vehicle there, right?
Through the chair, did you want me to kind of run through here and then just stop me when you have questions? So I think, yeah, so the first one here is a continuation of the master servicing plan. And maybe I'll do a quick plug. We have a public information center scheduled for December 5th here in this office. It's both virtual and it's hybrid, so you can be here or you can attend online. We're working through that process. It'll continue into the first quarter of 24, and we look to have some better deliverables to council, you know, in the later part of that first quarter. And the next project here is the mid-size pickup. So this is the new fleet. That would be the accompanying with the operator new fleet, and a replacement fleet is next. So that's a 3/4 ton pickup truck. And we use that. We don't have very many larger or medium-sized duty fleet in this particular service area, but this one does assist us with snow removals around the plants and then into the plants. So it's our one larger vehicle for that service area. And we have a sewer inspection camera. So this is to replace an existing asset that's you know, kind of met its end of life, and it assists our operators in seeing inside of some of our infrastructure, particularly where there's cleanouts and service laterals out to the sewer.
Quickly, Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Derek. Derek, on that 3/4 ton pickup.
Yep.
There's 10,000 in other. What's other mean? Sorry, or Andrew? Sorry. Thank you.
I could have left that for Mr. Burke, but that is just the that line is a placeholder for. Well, I've now suddenly lost the word, but the trade-in value.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Member Jansen.
Through the chair, I understand we talked yesterday about obtaining a pickup truck as well when we were talking about recreation. Is it 2 trucks that we'd be actually getting, or is it so one for each department? Okay.
So through the chair, I'll keep going into Washago if that's okay. So we have a couple of carry forwards, or at least one. The main pump station generator, we're transferring a portion of the previous capital works into 24. And the reason for that is we've already acquired through contract a number of the generators. You'll see that theme throughout. This is building on resiliency. One of our key goals here is to make sure that sewage pumping stations are active in all weather. And so this takes a bit of pressure off of the trailer version gen sets that we have, having to go to each pump station in a electricity failure. So that's the carry forward to connect. And the other one is new. We have done this before, but this is a little bit in addition to is a lagoon study. So the wastewater lagoon at Washago requires monitoring, make sure that we have capacity within the both the forebay and the second set of ponds. And so this will include a bathymetric survey, a report, and an estimate of when we might see the next maintenance cycle, which is to remove some of that material and perform a rehab on the lagoon. So this is just once every 5 years, we'd like to do a bathymetric survey and a report to understand what its lifespan left is. In cold water, so we have cold water waste. We're carrying forward the EA. Right now, we're in our year 2 with the cold water expansion EA. We've had our first public information center. We're scheduling our next for the near future. And we are well into the conversations with the ministry on effluent quality and targets and quantity of growth for those for that wastewater treatment plant. So that's good news. But
Derek,
we do need
question on the twinning there. Is that independent of the expansion? And will the twinning eliminate the need of the tankers at the corner there pumping in the springtime? 2 questions there.
So through the chair, I think there's certainly benefit to existing in terms of the project. It will alleviate some of that, maybe probably all of the pumping in the spring, but we do have a generally a concern with the cold water waste collection system with infiltration and inflow. We know that we have some pump connections direct. We know that we have high groundwater in the area. So that causes us that seasonal fluctuation that's quite high, a little abnormal, if you will, which requires, a weekend or 2 of bypass pumping. But the true purpose of it is to allow for the new plant to operate in a better efficiency, allow for the community to take on more day-to-day sewage and not so much the peak. So I think in a short answer, yes, it will address the concerns of seasonal highs, but really the intent is to address growth.
Thank you. Member Cox.
Just a quick question, because I thought when you were talking about the 20, we're leaving that pumping station on Rainbird Street, right? Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember, but we are, and then we can get in and out. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll keep going through the cold water waste. We have two asset acquisitions that are really the intent here is we're experiencing significant lead times in acquiring replacement parts, and that's been an ongoing challenge really since COVID, and then it just seems to linger. And one of the options, we looked at our risk table and we did a debrief on where our vulnerable pinch points were, and some of them were these types of assets. So we're acquiring basically spare pumps and blowers so that we're able to interchange in an emergency fashion and send the other one out for refurbishment. Gives us a bit way less lead time and better control of risk. And so in the West Shore waste plant, we're also carrying forward an EA. Now this hasn't actually started. And the reason for that is we are undertaking the master servicing plan first. We figured, although cold water is well into its EA, we need to look at the township as a whole, and that's what we're doing first with Civica, and then this project will curtail out of that. It also is really development driven. So right now we're running a plant that's about 50 some odd % consumed, which isn't too bad, but the size of the growth of some of these development applications can supersede that fairly quickly. So we don't want to be too tardy on this. That's why we're carrying forward into 24. Keeping with the West Shore waste, we have an EQ pump, and what that does is it's between the two cells of treatment. It balances those sewage flows. And right now we are finding it's a bit of a pinch point in the overall operation. And so we've retained a consultant to do a design that's actually nearly complete, and this value is for construction. Couple of other carry forwards, all in the generator side of things. You'll see 3 of them in a row, and those are upgrades required really just for that resiliency in power supply. So we've already purchased the generators in a larger contract, multiple of them to gain some efficiencies, and these dollars are for the connection installations.
Member Burkett and then Member Jansen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Derek. So upgrade to the installation and the 200,000, Derek. So is this for the new subdivision down at Turnbull? Is that why we're just in that area?
Yeah, so the line that's EQ pump installation, that's actually at the plant. So that's inside of the between the two cells that treat the wastewater, the SBRs. There's an equalizer pump, and it just never really met the design flows of the plant. It was kind of a 2006 undersight, if you will, or oversight. And so we're correcting that internal plant problem.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So the generators that we're putting a gray shot, so they'll be actually outside for the pumps that are down on the ground to pump the stuff to the plant. Is that what they're for? So do we protect them or do we just leave them outside?
Through the chair. So very conventional on these size of pumping stations that they're just in an outdoor rated enclosure. So very similar to what you'll see actually at most of our existing generated pumping stations. You'll see an enclosure, a small cabinet, and tied into the program cabinet. And they are separate, but they are outdoor rated enclosure.
Member Jansen and then Member Cox.
Thank you. And through the chair, Derek or Andrew, when you say carry forward, so that means that we had budgeted for it in 2023, but didn't spend the money?
Correct.
Okay, so that could lead to a surplus in the from last year because the money was budgeted for but not spent?
Sorry, if I can, through the chair to Member Jansen, it could lead to a surplus in water and sewer. Depends where it was being funded from. So if it was being funded from a reserve, it wouldn't create a surplus. If it was being funded from the user rates, it would create a surplus. The surplus for water and sewer goes directly into the water and wastewater surplus reserves, specifically for use in the water systems and the sewer systems in the future.
Thank you. Member Cox and then Member McIntyre.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew. So I noted that that's the last of that West Shore's sewer surplus reserve. That was 100. No, how much was that?
So the upgrade, I think originally was probably 1.5 million.
That's right. Yeah.
It is now effectively gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, just a quick question for my own information. That EQ pump that's going to be replaced at West Shore, is there any value to that? Could be used in a lesser capacity in a smaller station?
Through the chair, actually, yes, there is. So a lot of them are sort of standard connection fitting pumps, and they could be put into the refurbished and spare. And even for that particular location. So if we have a failure of that main pump, even though it may not produce the same quantity of movement, that's not always the case. We can use it for a month or so while the other one gets refurbished. So yes, it'll most likely go into a spare or sort of a refurb ready for spare situation.
Okay, thank you. If you carry on there, Derek.
Okay, so I think on page 108, we are into the last couple of water systems here. So we actually have no capital output for Washago. Good news story, it's running well. and we're taking a year off. And Bass Lake Woodlands. So this is the project we noted before. Unfortunately, the contractor we retained failed to execute, and so we're looking for another contractor. And once we secure that project, we're hoping it will get done in the 24 season. And this is to replace 2 drinking water wells, approximately 130 feet deep, 8-inch. And the old wells are starting top well and create a difficult source water to go through production. So that's where we're at with that. And a small project for a commercial dehumidifier, keep some of the sweating off of the appurtenances and pipes and other features inside the building. Just adds to their longevity when you can keep the corrosion down. And then the last one here, Severn Estates, we kind of touched on this as well. This is the set aside funds for drilling a new well, but really we're going to explore the fragmentation first.
So Gary, can you describe that process? Is that fracking? Is that the short term for that?
So fragmentation, on the Severn Estates one, it's not fracking. It's fragments mean that you went from a centralized drinking water system to a decentralized drinking water system, which is individual wells. Like your rural typical well on your property serves your own property. That's what they mean by fragmentation. No, and if you're thinking more like well rehab, that's a bit more like fracking, where we can do charges or screen cleanings and things like that to produce a bit more raw water. But these screens, unfortunately, at the Bass Lake Woodlands have kind of met the end of life, and they need a full new installation.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think the next page is the last page. My apologies. So in cold water, we also have no additional projects on the go. There is a project that was awarded recently, and unfortunately, it may or may not get done before December 31st, and that's the new roof. I don't know if you've been on Sheridan Drive recently, but you'll see that the roof is mostly off, and we're hoping it'll be mostly on before the end of the year. And in West Shore, a small project here of just 2 new chemical dosing boards. These are fairly fancy equipment, and they deliver precise amounts of chemical dosing for the water treatment system.
That's very good. So that captures utilities. Any questions for the committee? Do we need Derek for anything else, Andrew?
We likely do not. I think we're. Oh, we may need him when we get to grants, but we're going to do admin first.
Thank you very much. Okay, so do we want to go to admin? Is that?
Certainly now. If I can, Mr. Chair, if you go to your purple tab number 3 and inside tab number 1, we're back to page 39.
Okay, committee and everybody ready on page 39? If Andrew or Lori wants to kick in, that where you go.
I was going to say, if we want, Mr. Chair, you'll notice that the taxation revenues are much higher than last year. That is simply the levy increase or the proposed levy increase for the year. So that is that gap, solely that gap.
And just what's that number again? That's 3 point.
It was
or 6 point.
It was no dollar value. It's $1 million,
right?
Dollars and $1,080,000. So if we want, we can just go through each one of the pages. If you have questions,
yeah,
I'm sure there'll be a few that we'll just stop down and just.
Right, I think we just scroll down starting from council expenses and going down.
You will notice that the administration grants, it shows the federal gas tax and the provincial grant. A little further on, you'll see transfers to those reserves. So that's an in and an out. So it goes directly to reserve. And then when we spend the funds out of those for those, then that's when we draw it from the reserve and actually record it as revenue.
Okay, just member Minnings.
Thank you
comment.
through the chair. On the top of page 39, municipal residential levy, the 2023 budget is the current. Is the 2024, does that capture the proposed increase that you presented yesterday?
Through the chair to member Minnings, yes, it does.
Question for member Cox.
Yeah, if we go to the council expenses, you're taking it from 203 to 217. Is that
Sorry. So that through the chair to member Cox is a combination of the wage study and the COLA increase for 2024.
council gets COLA?
Yes.
Yeah, there was a raise and COLA. Yeah.
What lines were you?
That's the very first line.
The
Regular salaries and
the
wages.
middle of the page.
And just, I think I asked it again yesterday, Andrew, that the grants. Oh, sorry, Madam CEO, go ahead.
Sorry, no. I was just getting ready.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I was just playing with my card. Sorry.
Well, just the grants again, that's the combo of the previous village and hamlets plus the grants, which is, yeah, it's all
Correct.
combined. Correct.
Correct. It is, if you just follow it, it's close to the bottom of the expenditures for council.
So
Member Minnings. Go ahead, Member Minnings, and then Madam CEO. I think she had no. Okay, go ahead, Wanda.
Thank you. Okay, back to the top of the page on 39. With the proposed budget at 3.96%, which is what's proposed at this point, right? You also said yesterday that you overestimate expenses and underestimate revenue, and that's fine. And historically, I believe that we've always carried a surplus at the end of the year. Can you let me know what amount that surplus is roughly? I know we're not doing the audit yet for 2023 because we haven't finished the year, but where I'm going with this is if we were to consider that built-in surplus, so to speak, that rate then could be reduced at that point. Is that correct?
If I can, through the chair to member Minnings, that effectively is a council decision. Certainly, the surplus itself doesn't necessarily have it's not necessarily because we overestimated expenditures. Most of our surpluses are quite identifiable, and a lot of it comes down to we will budget to have our staff members here for the entire year. But for unforeseen circumstances, if we lose them to long-term disabilities, and those budget lines don't actually get filled because we don't necessarily replace those staff members. Other staff members pitch in and accomplish the work. So some of the projects, so there could be a project that we're planning on spending, it could be a $500,000 road. And then we said we were going to fund it from the levy. If we didn't do that road, it would instantly create a $500,000 surplus for that particular year. And then, but certainly we can either discuss it now or we can discuss it a little later as to where council wants to end up as a percentage point. And staff can certainly help you get to whatever rate council feels comfortable with.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up. So thanks, that's helpful. And as we're with that number and with that proposed budget that's here now at that rate, that would cover all of these things that we've been going through yesterday and today as presented.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then it, like you said, if any weren't approved or if any didn't end up for whatever reason being spent, okay, so we can make some assumptions also. And I'm just trying to walk my mind through the process and look for efficiencies. So thank you for that.
Member Brennan and then Member Cox.
Yes, thank you to the chair through Andrew. So, okay, I just want to note that I would have lots of concerns with us reducing the risk, normal accounting procedures. You know, there are risks. That's what you build into the things. The last thing we need is a mid-year disaster. So I'd really want to know what's going on there if we're going to start cutting down our allowance for risk in the way you currently budget. But further to that too, scenarios that will come up. If you have someone on long-term leave, you may in fact have to hire a contract to back them up in the interim as well. It's not always like you have freebies when somebody's off or leaves. There is sometimes you just can't, and sometimes it's completely unfair to staff to ask them to fill in the role of a full-time position. Is that correct?
Correct, but I'll let the CAO to respond to that one.
Madam CEO.
True. Over the you're right. Over the last few years, though, we've really struggled. We've been hit hard with illnesses, and some serious illnesses. Unfortunately, we've had some very ill staff who've been off for a long time. And we really struggle to keep up with our work because what happens is someone goes off on short term and we don't typically fill for short term. It's also hard to get people. Like we have trouble filling full-time positions. So it's even harder to fill contract positions. But then what we're finding happens is, you know, people's medical things evolve. So we'll get a note to say they're going to be gone for 2 months. So we go, okay, we can put our finger in the dike for 2 months and we'll limp through. And then it's 6 months and then it's 18 months. Like poor Derek hasn't had a full complement, I don't think, in the 4 years that I've been here. And it's hard to make decisions because we think the people are, and we hope, right? We hope best case for all our people and we want them to be well. So we do our best to not fill. We do hire some contracts and but we have had trouble filling some of those jobs. And that has led to a lot of gapping. That's one of the reasons why the roads operator that you approved yesterday is so important, because we rarely have a full complement in Derek's road department. And then we run risks of our snowplows. So as you're increasing the staffing budget, we're filling some of those gaps in those risk areas. But we do end up having a lot of salary gapping, more than we want, because we don't have enough resources to begin with, and then we lose people. But it is the leaves are such a tricky thing to manage for us.
Thank you, Member Cox and then Member McIntyre.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew. So Andrew, at the end of everything, like when we finish administration, then we're going to go to grants, right? Okay. And at the end of all that, we will have a discussion on the percentages and where we're at and what we've accomplished and where we're going to go.
So just through the chair to Member Cox, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair, just I'm not certain whether this question should be directed at either Andrew or to Lori. Is there any possibility that we could get insurance for these sort of mishaps where people are not able to work, much like the professional sports? They insure their contracts or they insure their players, and if they go on a long-term injury reserve list, that the insurance covers it. I wondered that about even only perhaps for the executive direct and the directors of the township. Is there an insurance policy we could review?
Madam CEO.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm not understanding what kind of insurance you mean. So we have the insurance for the staff. So when they go off on disability, we have disability coverage. If you're talking about, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't understand the question.
Maybe you could expand on that. Never mind.
I might be able to help there if I'm just thinking from a sports analogy.
Yeah.
I didn't.
The reason we managed to generate the surplus is because the insurance is actually paying the employee at that point in time. So they are insured in that fashion, and that's why, because the insurance company is paying their salary instead of us, it
Well,
It does generate.
Then therefore, as a follow-up, that makes it very clear that the insurance covers. The employee who's off is covered through our benefits.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Member Jansen.
Thank you. Through the chair, I see on the bottom of the revenues line that we have short-term investments. And it looks like the actual that we've got to date this year is an extra $356,000. That wasn't calculated in the 2023 budget, and it doesn't seem to be calculated in the 2024 budget. Is that something that we can expect to receive as well next year?
More at the button. If I can, through the chair to member Jansen, that number is the actual line, and that just happens to be the R fund. We actually calculate the budget portion of that in G 121. So you'll see it in the G revenues in a couple of minutes. Just happens to be we do have a separate bank account for reserve funds. So we are budgeting that line, and I have actually increased that line this year because of the increased interest rates. But you will see it in probably on the next page.
Yeah, I think, Andrew, I'm going to stop you there. I think we're going to take a bio break, then we can get into it. And then I are we back? So we'll start at the bottom of page 39, if that's okay, Andrew, into admin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And nothing there. We flip over to page 40.
If I can quickly, Mr. Chair. Backwards.
It's been a long time.
Just at the top of this, you'll see this is where we've captured the reserve account interest, and you'll notice there's no actual there. So the actual you saw on the other page would actually tie into that account. It's budgeted under one fund, but recorded in a different fund. And then you will also notice there that I have increased reserve account interest from 300 to 450. That amount gets transferred directly to reserve, so it's not ultimately helping us. The current account interest, though, I have increased it to 1.5 million. So that $500,000 is helping us keep the levy down as much as possible. And if I can, Mr. Chair, as well, you'll notice the salaries are higher here. It does include the new position that you currently hired, and as well as the EDO position which is up for discussion still. So.
Member Cox.
Yeah, through the chair to Andrew, I just want to note of what the insurance rates increase in our employer all those have all increased phenomenally. And I just need to note that for the public to know that this is just something that's been mandated. Like when we go from group life insurance from 135 to 204, those types of hits are what's getting us a lot of the time.
Just through the chair to Member Cox, absolutely. And we do use a consortium for that insurance. So we do have about as low as rates we're going to get. Unfortunately, our premium does get impacted directly by the number of staff members we have go on short-term and long-term disability. And the increase proposed for 2024 is a 37% increase on that particular piece of insurance.
Thank you very much.
Member McIntyre.
Through the chair. Andrew, if we went a year without any kind of illness or any kind of somebody being off, would they reduce that the next year?
I don't know if we would necessarily, if I can, through the chair to Member McIntyre. It does happen. So our rates have fallen when we're
okay.
The unfortunate period of time is the last 4 or 5 years we have had a lot of staff illnesses, unfortunately.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair to Andrew, and you probably haven't got an answer for it, but the hydro. So halfway down that administration expenses, 103,2810. That amount I realize can't be that heater, all of that heater on this side, can it? Like I'm going on about that heater, but
I probably can't answer that question, and we'll throw Craig under the bus right now. Let's just kidding. No. It would be all the electricity for this building, including the generator as well. Well, I guess not the generator, because generator runs on gas. So,
like it just, anyways,
I'm hoping that once we do the reno here, that it becomes significantly more efficient. I do think the HVAC systems on this building, because we have multiple HVAC systems on this building, they are very heavy draws on electricity, and hopefully that will change. I believe that's part of the planned renovation as well.
Okay.
So it should alleviate part of the electricity problem.
Go ahead, Madam CEO.
Thank you. I just actually wanted to go back to Councillor McIntyre because our management team is also watching. So sometimes they text me answers to questions. So our HR manager tells me that our experience rating for long-term disability actually stays on our file for 5 years. So we would need to go 5 years with, so it'll be quite a while before we see an increase, and only if our employee health improves, which we sincerely hope they do. for them and for us.
Yeah, if we're getting near the end of the page, I think we're going to talk about segue, correct? In one of these files, these accounts,
Correct, Mr. Chair. It's
3156.
probably on this page. It might be on the next page.
Oh, member Minnings, and then we just want to give the member Jansen a heads up when we. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you through the chair. So page 40, line item communications. Where did I? Yeah, 3161. Thank you. We've increased that budget 33,000 30 odd thousand, but on the narrative page that you in the presentation you went through yesterday, page 10, it also shows a
sorry if I can to help out there.
Yes.
Through the chair.
Where is that?
It shows the 194.5 for that's just the signage strategy component. So the 194 that you saw in the presentation, that's just a signage component of the communication expenses. There are a few other items in there.
Right. So my question is, there was an increase request, and I can't find it right at the moment, to the communications line in the budget. Like there was something proposed yesterday, was there not, to communications that would cause that budget line to increase? I just can't remember what it was.
From my understanding, I don't think we've talked about that increase yet. So, but this is the place that we would do so.
Okay, then I'd like to talk about that increase. What is it for?
and this is where where I may not have the answer, so I may need to get the communications officer. I may be able to help. So I can give you an idea of what is in there to make up the 263,000. Well, the 230 is the previous year's number. Okay. So it includes 194,500 for the signage strategy. So that is the 2,000, and that's the cost for 2024.
Okay.
It also includes 10,000 for content development, and that'll presumably be mostly the website. 5,000 in branding and 5,000 for paid advertising. 5,000 for branding and creative content. These are certainly items that are outside of the treasurer's bailiwick. He's not that creative. And it also includes website maintenance costs of 24,000, and then there's an additional 20,000 in there, which was in there before, for items that we may not have specifically identified that we need communication costs for.
Thank you. So then subsequent to that, the signage strategy of 194,500 that was in last year's budget. So for this current year that we're in, this current fiscal, are we bringing that 194,000 into 2024? I guess that's my question, because it looks like we are.
Madam CEO.
Yeah, council will remember that you had the signage strategy discussion last month, the month before, I'm not sure, and you approved all the plans. So it's a 5-year plan. So we're continuing to do signs every year.
Thank you. So then every year we've approved 194,500 or thereabouts. That's what I'm asking, is because further to the member Cox's question about the breakdown, I know we discussed it and that's why it's familiar to me. I just don't have it in front of me. And if we have to pause and come back to that to get the details, I absolutely would prefer that.
Okay, if we could maybe, do we need Tracy to come back to at a later date or dig into it?
Yeah, I think Allison's finding the signage report.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, Member Cox.
Through the chair to Andrew, I would appreciate next year if this communication, the 194, the 20,000, the 5 were under like a capital. So it's a breakdown. This looks like this is wages. I know it doesn't say it is, but There's no breakdown on this. And I would just appreciate if there was some way, because those basically, if you're spending 194,000 on signage, that's great that we all know that, but other people don't. So if there could be sort of a breakdown for that department, like 194, 20,000 for web, and do it that way, just to clarify it.
Certainly
Please?
through the chair to member Cox, we could do it, and they're not necessarily capital items. So some of them are like the signage is like a capital item, and it is included on the administration capital line. But the other items, I could do the same type of chart, just to outline what makes up that number.
Yes, thank you very much.
I'll go ahead, member Cox.
Yeah, so are we staying on communication? Are we waiting? Or can I move on to another question?
I think while the clerk is looking it up, you can probably ask another
Okay,
question.
I think we should talk about economic development.
Right, if you can.
That's on 3156.
If you could remind the committee what's included there, that's this where it's going to affect member Jansen, I recall.
Correct. The SSEA amount is, sorry.
No.
Economic development is not SSEA. So
No, it's SEGBE. It's not SEGBE.
it's SEGBE.
Yeah, it's not SEGBE. So anyway,
There's a small portion. There's a $3,000 grant in that number for SEGBE. You're correct. You're correct.
see, that's why it's not broken down, so you don't know. We're on I asked a question on 3156, which is economic development, because we are looking at hiring someone. So I was assuming that this might be the place that we would talk about it, but I didn't realize that the SEGBE was broken down in this. So Dan will have to do his.
Wait. That's
Sorry.
Until,
There's 4 items in this account. If Andrew can explain to the
I-
committee.
But that's way too important a topic to exclude him from the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just separate the segue
Yeah.
conversation.
Well,
that's-
Correct.
what we're doing.
We mentioned SEGBE. We better advise.
So maybe what I can do is I'll quickly just tell you what's in that account, and then
thank you very much. And then maybe we could talk about the economic hiring, or is that where we're doing this? That's what I'm questioning.
I'll ask a CEO to help steer
Yeah,
this one.
We can just, we're bouncing around and I think council is having trouble following. So while you were talking, Tracy sent me very detailed notes on her communication budget. So how about I cover that? And then so we can finish that topic and then we can go on to economic development.
I did.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair, I can't find the 194 that pertains to.
Because it's
Okay.
within the 263.
So what number are we working on?
3161. And that's, excuse me, that's the one that I asked Andrew for next year. If we could have a breakdown, member Burkett.
Yeah.
It's on the wrong page. So
Okay.
that's the one that I asked if we could have a breakdown for next year, so we would know what was in it.
Yes.
And that's where
So-
the confusion came.
Okay,
So
Lori
I'm
could,
gonna orally give you the breakdown because Tracy's given me what was in last year's budget and what was in this year's budget. So council can see the changes. So in last year's budget, it included the signage strategy in the amount of 148,000. She's got all random. I'm just going to round up the numbers, but so last year, 148,000. This year, the signage strategy that you approved a couple of months ago or recently was 190,000. So you're up 40,000 there. Content development, which is website, social media posts, all sorts of different things, was 8,000 last year. It's 10,000 this year. Last year, paid advertising was 10,000. She's dropped it to 5,000 this year. Branding and creative, sorry, my glasses are were 23,000 last year in the budget. This year, she's requesting 10.
Sorry, could you repeat the branding and creative? Thank you.
Yes, last year was 23,000. This year is 10. Last year, website maintenance and support was 21,000. This year, it's 24,000. And that includes some external support, right? Like someone hosts our website and whatever. And general communications is just sort of her general budget of 20,000 for both years, which adds to last year was your 230. This year is your 260. So that's the difference. So the biggest difference is in your signage strategy. Most of our other things have actually decreased.
Member Cox.
I just wanted to know, like, I understand, I wasn't concerned about anything being off. I just needed to know what was included in this. So is it possible for you to email us that so we would have it?
I think in the final budget binder, we'll break.
Would you
that
add that
down
in?
and We'll break
Thank
the
you so
economic
much.
development,
Yeah,
'cause
that
both,
just-
both of those
yeah.
lines have a lot of pieces in them.
Yeah.
So we can
If you would
do
do
a
that.
sheet behind admin and break those items
Yeah.
out for you.
It's not that I'm concerned that we're overspending. It's just I didn't know what was in
Just
it.
want to know what's in there. That's
Yeah,
fair.
thank you. And then that's why I asked about economic development. Now, how are we going to run this?
Yeah, so perhaps if I could ask Andrew on line 3156, break down the components of that, and then we can make appropriate actions for that.
Certainly. So thank you, Mr. Chair. The items that are in there is there's 25. So we're talking about the $54,600, right? It has got $25,000 for Lake Country, which is their annual contribution ask plus pay to play. There is 6,000 requests from Segbay for 2024, which is $3,000 higher than it was in 2023. What else we got in here? We have a physician recruitment of 20,000. We have 3,000 to the CDC and $600 to Cycle Simcoe.
Lake Country.
And Lake Country. So Cycle Simcoe.
$300.
600. And that's to advertise in their cycling magazine, the routes in Sudbury Township.
Madam CEO.
Yeah. So to Member Cox's question or train of thought, there is no additional money in here for economic development stuff. This is standard stuff that you do every year. Where your additional economic development money is in your salary line. So council will need to talk about that at some point as well. This is just standard stuff that you do every year.
So I just wondered, is this a time or should we go through this first and come back to that? I didn't know how the treasurer wants.
The salary line, so you should.
Yeah, I missed it. I didn't think about it. Sorry.
So can we decide on the 3 items? Is it 3 items and without excluding Segbay, and then we'll talk about Segbay in with this declaration of conflict of interest.
Certainly.
So will you be breaking this one down too for us?
I certainly can.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I guess
You're here until.
Yeah, we'll let you know. Yeah, so we're going to do 3. Yeah, well, when we discuss Segbay, we'll.
What's that? Okay. I still wanted to say something. On the economic development officers piece, I do want to state, it's not up right now. I thought you just mentioned, Lori, that it was part of the salary and wages. Sorry.
It is.
Okay, let me know when
You're
I
right.
speak to it.
So I think
I think council just wanted to finish that line.
and as soon as we're done this line. Yeah.
Okay, Andrew, so let's the 3 items on, or is it 3 items on the table for line 356? 3156?
So we do give 3,000 to CDC. Okay. The 25,000 to Lake Country. It is 22,500 for the contribution and another 2,500 for pay to play. That is a $2,500 increase over the prior year. And we have physician recruitment, which is 20,000, which is the same as last year. Oh, and Cycle Simcoe of $600.
So just does the committee have everyone okay with that? Okay, so now we can discuss Segbay if we can go in the back room for that. Anyone
Just on Segbay. So Segbay is great and all that, but they're asking for double. What's the rationale for that, please?
We're just going to pull up the request letter.
I mentioned that because I know we've talked about the physician recruitment. They haven't come to the plate. That's not an issue this year. But I know because of cost pressures there, Aurelia has upped And that's based, they try to get their money from the different municipalities based on a population basis, or really you just up their contribution from $50,000 to $75,000 this year. So it's only a matter of time till they'll come knocking on the door, but they haven't. So I don't not worry about it. But I'm saying that's pretty substantial, and you need to.
It certainly is. I was going to say that 20,000 is it was 15,000 a couple of years ago, so it has increased. But
yeah, no,
it likely will go up.
Nobody's can't. No, I'm just saying that if you're getting increases like that, it's a percentage.
Yeah, give me one moment.
Oh. She might read the highlights.
It might be easier just to read it because there's a lot in here. And next year we will be sure to include these next year we'll be sure to include this letter in your grants package so that you have them. We do receive them as well from physician recruitment and Lake Country as well. So we will include these in your package next year. Okay, so first page generally just provides a background on who they are and who they service. Then they recap their 2023 activities. So they had new management, they review their volunteer activity, they focus on their tourism promotion. Muskoka Tourism, they do note that Muskoka Tourism no longer financially supports the visitor kiosk. So Segbay has taken on the full responsibility for that kiosk and rent. New activities and events in 2023 was Oktoberfest in Muskoka. They helped promote the Witches Walk. They have bid and I guess been awarded a Timber Sports Championship event for early 2024. They've done some commercial TV stuff.
Yeah, just 1 second. Allison, Member Cox has a question.
We were at that AGM last night, and what was it, the log thing?
Yeah.
$87,000 they have to have in donations before they'll even come to the door to bring it here. And they're looking at, they were going to, obviously, they petition municipalities. Okay, thank you.
I'm just trying to make this a little bigger so you can see it a little easier. It's hard to make it because it blows it up on my screen for trying to read it to you too. They're also working on offering new training programs to members and locals with cooperation through the libraries. I guess previously we're helping with the antigen testing and help through the pandemic. So, and then they talk about their enhancing of relationships with the various service clubs that they work with, the township and the BIA. So they talk about their support for local businesses, which is what most of this is about: tear off maps, sign locations, annual business directory, visitor guide. They're working on attending the Toronto Boat Show to enhance their reach. They have their AGM and awards, social media, e-blast digital tools. And then they talk about how they can support Severin. So through increased and ongoing promotion, not of just of local businesses, but to the public as well. Segbay TV.
Excuse me, do we have to pay for Segbay TV? I can't read it. I'm sorry.
I can't read it either.
I just wanted to tell you what Segbay TV is because I had to ask them
Good,
that question.
thank you.
Segbay TV is just they're putting TVs up in Petrocan and it plays. It's not like they have a station or anything. That's it.
Yeah,
I asked them that because that caught my attention.
Okay, so going forward into 2024, so they'll have the 11th annual golf tournament. They have the Business After 5 gatherings, the AGM. They're going to develop a new website. They're applying for a 1-year position through FedNor to help expand their tourism platform to develop a new social media presence. Then there's the Timber Sport Championship, which I believe you just spoke to. Increase tourism and promotional materials. The annual directory and promote local activities such as Rock the Dock Canada Day, which is why Christmas Parade, Coldwater Mill, Canadian Museum, Duck Race, etc. Segbay is ambitiously pursuing revenue growth to meet our financial break even and then prudently expand our hours of operation and service. We rely on financial assistance from the municipalities that we serve in order to continue to do this important work in our communities, foster tourism, increase economic activity. Based on our local membership and anticipated growth of members, we are seeking a support of $6,000 for 2024.
Supplementary then?
Member
Yeah,
Brennan.
through the chair to the clerk. Thank you. That really clarifies things. It sounds like they're doing some amazing and great stuff for us on the tourism front. I have no problem.
Member Cox.
I do. Lake Country does most of that already with us. And if we're looking at economic development, that $3,000 would help us. I don't see anything. I don't even know how many members there are in Severn on Seg Bay. And I mean, it's all great and wonderful, but everything that they supply, we have to pay extra to be on the TV and all the other thing. I don't know. I for a double of the amount, I'm not seeing anything really extra that they already haven't been doing for the past 10 years. We've been giving them 3,000.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. Through the chair, although you probably can answer this, Chair, is this a golf tournament that we support?
That's correct, but we all paid.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Correct. So we're already contributing as individually as a council. Okay. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. And, you know, last night we heard that TV that Madam CAO spoke about is sitting in the Tim Hortons, just on the other side of Port Severn, and they estimate 500,000 people come through there. I don't know if I want to give the 6,000. I know we have no Chamber of Commerce, but, you know, I'm happy to give them 4,000. If let's give them something to do. They gave us a great pitch. They brought a lot of people to Coldwater this year, according to what I forget what the gentleman's name was. Arthur. No, it was somebody else. It was the guy that organizes the golf tournament. Fred. And of course our Severn Falls, Coldwater, Port Severn, Ronnie that runs the general store there got an award, as well as the BIA in Coldwater. So, you know, I'm happy to give them 4,000 because we have no chamber at all, but let's give them a little more than the 3.
Okay, I'll let Madam CEO speak, and then McIntyre's and Cox down here.
Thank you. I think that's a great suggestion. So they get funding from Georgian Bay, from Severn, and from Tay, I think, and I can 99.9% guarantee you that the other partners are not going to double their funding. Georgian Bay, they have a rocky relationship, unfortunately, so I know they won't get double. So same with Tay. So we value what they do, but I don't know that you want to be the only one that's going to double their ask, because I just don't see it happening in other municipalities.
Member McIntyre.
Thank you, Chair. Much like the member Burkett, my first blush would be to meet them in the middle, maybe at 4,500. We give them now 3, they're looking for 6, perhaps 1,500 more. I like the idea that member Burkett said there's 500,000 people looking at that TV. I mean, I think they do very worthy work, even though there's overlapping on Lake Country, but I would think 1,500 more would be ample, I think.
Member Cox.
I can go with the 4,000, but the people who go buy the TV, we have to pay to put it on that TV, I think. So it's not like it's coming with the extra money. So I can do the 4,000.
Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. Is this organization, have they ever applied for one of our regular grants for some of these initiatives? So is that not a different funding stream that's available to them? Just asking for some of their event-based things. I'm not familiar with them because I don't live in that portion of Severn that they support, but.
Yeah, being a former member of that, they do excellent work. And even though we are part of Lake Country, but that's right at the far end of our township, and they do a lot of good work. So I would support Member Burkett's and comments by the CAO as well.
Yeah, thank you to Member Minning's comments. You could maybe fit it through that way, but traditionally your economic development, because we haven't had any economic development here, you've had an economic development line and you have parceled it out to Lake Country, to Seg Bay, to the Aurelia CDC, which something district something. So that's been your economic development, and we've treated it outside of grants. It's just an external way to try and get us some economic development.
Member Cox.
So I just have a quick question, and I don't know if you want me to wait. We don't give any money to the chamber in Aurelia, but yet we have a member on the board. Is that just something we do? Never mind.
Okay, if we're a consensus on 4,000, that we're okay. Okay.
Staff will note forth the budget's been reduced to 4,000. And if you'd like, we can request that the SegBay come as a deputation to council in the future and just before budget to go over their stuff. That's a process I'm used to in the past, is that anyone requesting budget funds like this has to do a presentation to detail what they're requesting.
Yeah, they used to come, yeah.
Remove the golf tournament. I lost $1,000 in balls last year.
Go ahead, Madam CEO.
Sorry, just on the golf tournament, because a few of you have mentioned it. They run that for charity, so that it doesn't support their operations. They support a couple of charities from it.
So through the chair, if I may, they gave this year to the Coldwater Food Bank as part of the golf tournament, the monies they raised. They gave it to different organizations, but they gave it to Coldwater as well.
Thank you. And I would agree. I don't know if it needs to be noted that future delegations like this for finance, even the physician recruitment team, it would be really interesting to have them come and tell us what they do. I think that's fantastic.
They're willing to come anytime. Anytime.
Thank you for that. So Andrew, where did we say we're going to go from here?
Back to the EDO position.
Or the new economic position and that shows up on salaries and wages at the top there.
Correct, it does. And as well, the benefits portions are in the benefit lines below.
So would Lori like to speak to this?
I can, for sure. So council's number one pillar in your strategic plan was economic development, and you wanted an economic development strategy, which we are in the middle of delivering. The first time council looks at it, you have a discussion, I think, on December 6th with the consultants who put it together. I have seen a very, very early draft. They have some really interesting, actionable items to bring forward for council consideration. But remembering back to my resourcing report of a couple of months ago, we don't have anyone here that does economic development. So if you don't want your plan that you've spent lots of money on and lots of consultation with the community to sit on the shelf, you're going to need to put some resources to it. At this point, it's a placeholder. I think Andrew budgeted to start maybe April. So we wouldn't be looking to hire a person until you've approved the strategy and know that you need it. But we did put the money in the budget as a placeholder so that when you approve the strategy, we have resources to implement it.
Okay,
sorry,
well,
before I could, just one more thing. The other thing that I've heard a lot about in the last couple of days is looking for grants here, there, and the other way. An economic development officer, that's part of their role, and they're typically very effective at it. We do our best to chase the ones that come across our desk, but they come in short time frame, and we're not that skilled at it, so we don't achieve as much as we would like to. So that's useful for some of your programs too, that to have somebody dedicated to that role.
Okay, if you maybe we'll start with yeah.
I'll start.
Go ahead, member.
Thank you. Through the chair. So I remember some years ago, we were looking for grants, because we haven't got bodies in this building to spend, as Madam CEO has said, to spend time looking for the grants. So I'm thinking, if not only what this person, they may do for us, we got to remember the they part. If they only found one grant, $100,000 grant, it would cover what we were paying them, just one grant. So I'm thinking with the abundance of grants that are out there, and there's going to be far more reaching things that this person that they could do in my mind. So we can leave the monies there for next year. As Andrew has said, we won't hire until April, because I'd like to hear what our consulting team has come back with to make that final decision. But I would like to leave the money there and approve it after we hear what they've come back with.
Member Jansen will come this way.
I'd like to speak in support of the new economic development officer. I think that would be a great addition to our team here at Severn Township. I believe that there'll be opportunities for our community once this staff member comes on board. Maybe not in the first year, but in the years following, which will benefit not only our business community but our community at large. Thank you.
Member Brennan.
Yes, thanks. 100% support this. We're in a new era when it comes to economic growth. It's everywhere. There's new jobs coming. There's a ton of federal money available if you know how to apply for it. And we have, provincial and federal elections coming up in the next year. There will be so many goodies that are thrown out that we would miss a great opportunity. With the broadband opportunities, hopefully, if we meet our targets, huge opportunities for small business will occur in Severn Township that we need to capitalize on. I'm going to go so far. I'm hoping it's not just a traditional economic development officer. There are other areas where we can save the taxpayers money and grow economically. Over the next few years, I'm hoping with Andrew and an EDO to pursue natural asset management concepts and how that might work for us in terms of reducing taxes and helping us grow. And of course, the whole world of corporate growth now revolves around sustainable performance standards and changes. And I think we need somebody who's on top of that because we don't need minimum paying jobs here. We need living wage jobs. We need someone to target for that. The EV implications are huge for this area over the next few years between now and 2030. Like, this is the time to get someone with vision to help us chart a course, and 100% in on this one.
Thank you. I guess I can speak. I would speak against this at this point. Just looking at my page here, we hired 2 bodies in 2023. This would be 3 positions in 2024. And I think we have to respect the taxpayers. It's just too early in the process. Let's see what the game plan is. And if it looks like it's good, get our ducks in line, and we hire the job in 2025. I think it's too soon. We have to respect our taxpayers.
I agree with what Member Burkett said about the grants. In my mind, economic development has been something that I actually have a passion over. Well, not quite as much as recreation, but it could get better. Anyway, economic development. The beauty of economic development is we have so many businesses in Severn that could need help, and this economic development officer with the grants I've already spoken to, but making us more viable, because right now, if you look at the way Simcoe County is growing, I already have talked to members of council on Oro Madani, and they're filling up, and we're next in line. And if we sell our township, we've got Highway 11 going through, Highway 400 going through, and contrary to what you've said, if we can get businesses here, that increases our tax base. And if they can even help us, and they can work with the Simcoe County Economic Development, they can get us more grants. We're looking at a time that is just about ready to explode here with the development in West Shore, the development in Coldwater, and even in Ward 3 over in Marchmount. They're still developing. We need to get on the bandwagon, because that wagon will go by us, and we need to be there. And if as I said, the more commercial industrial, if we can get in here, the better off we'll be for our tax base, because we have minimal of that. And we know we have to increase our employment lands. We've already, been told that, and we don't have enough. So this could be a boon for us. That's how I feel. And I agree that we should be hiring.
Member Meetings.
Thank you. So I am pro economic development, and I do believe that we need to bring and attract higher jobs here, whether in assembly, the IT sector, et cetera. So we're not talking about Chamber of Commerce, Main Street shopping necessarily. We're talking about what Oro's starting to pull out of Barrie in one or more instances with the plants that are there. And I agree that we are ripe for the picking and we're on the highway corridor. However, this council is funding an economic development study, and that study is in 3 phases, and it's going to end at the end of March is the target, I believe. We still have not seen anything from phase 1. We are going to be December 6th, so that's in a week and a bit. We're going to be spending a day with the consultant for a bit of an update. And so we're only in phase 2 here, and we have not seen anything. It's premature. I'm looking at the levy. I'm here representing the people who gave me this seat around the overall tax base. Absolutely, we want economic development. We don't want a grant writer. And I think the time is not right, because if you bring in a position now and they are writing grants, even if they're covering their wages with that, it just sets a different precedent for that position. So I would like to pause on this. We can bring it back mid-year. We've certainly done that with other positions. But right now, I absolutely think it's the wrong time to be posting an economic development officer. None of us have an understanding of the findings of what that even means for the township. So absolutely future thinking, not this budget.
Thank you, Member Cox, and then Member Burkett.
I think what the other members were thinking along my line was that we would go through the economic process and then talk about it like April, May, or whenever, if we see what the results are. It's not, let's hire it right off the hop. It was wait till the whole process is done, see where we're at, and then look at it. Am I wrong?
Yeah, they've only asked for partial salary.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. And further to Member Cox's comment, I want to leave the money there, but I want to hear what the consultants come back at. And I think we're all going to be quite surprised. It's a huge leap for this township. We sort of have flown under the wire. We've been pretty conservative. We haven't hired out, but this, to Member Brennan's comments, this is different times. Things are changing. They're going to fly by us and we're going to look back and go, what the heck happened? Most municipalities have economic development officers. This person will be versed not only, I would hope, in looking for grants and moving our businesses forward, but also we have a huge internet issue looming over our heads. And I'm hoping that this person, because we're going to need someone to help with that as they move through our township. They've promised us all these grants and providing services for all our residents. We have no bodies in this building to help with them. And I think this person would be the person to help. So all I'm asking is that we leave the monies there, have an open mind. Let's listen to what the December 6th meeting has for us to offer, what the future meetings have. And as Andrew has said, this person would not be hired until April of next year.
In all fairness, I'll let Member McIntyre, and then we can have another kick at it again here.
Well, thank you all for taking all my notes. I just have a caution that I don't want to particularly throw the anchor out through the chair. I don't want to particularly throw the anchor out on this hiring, but I think we have to be cognizant of the fact that we're growing exponentially, and I don't want the world to go by. However, I don't want everybody to say, well, you grew too fast. I agree with Member Minnings and others and Member Burkett. There's nobody holding a gun on us to hire this person today. We have more information to glean. It's going to be a 2/3 of whatever the salary would be for this person for the 2024 because we wouldn't have them in here till April or May. So 2/3 of their salary. I agree that there's a number of things that can happen with an economic development officer that would be a huge benefit to us. However, we hired 2 last year. We're hiring, and we have another up for another position yet before we have to decide. I kind of am dancing around it here, but I'm concerned about the growing too fast and the money we're putting out for wages without having further information on this particular position. I don't want to completely ignore it. However, I think we need to have more information and hold the money aside until we've got a firmer grip on what this position is going to do and what they're going to do. And from just to keep a steady hand here, I don't think we need to do it today. We should consider going forward. I admire what the CAO said about the need, but we still have to take a slow step on it. I'm not ready to jump in today and hire someone of that sort. Thanks.
Member Jansen.
Thank you. And through the chair to staff, I believe we went over a staffing plan where we were given options for who we would be considering hiring. And I think it was 3 positions that came forward. At the end of the day, what was the end result of was the economic development officer in that staffing plan? And what was the end result of the decision of council at that time?
Thank you. There was no economic development officer in that plan. That plan, we asked for a customer service person to change the recreation programmer from part-time to full-time to support the new director. And we asked for a capital project manager. The result of that was that council approved a customer service person and the full-time rec person immediately. So we're currently recruiting for those, and you deferred the capital project manager to the budget process, which you haven't okayed the entire budget, but it certainly was received favorably that we add the capital project manager. So the economic development wasn't envisioned then because we weren't far enough along in the study, but now we know the study is going to be complete.
Carry on, Member Jansen, and then Member Brennan, and then Member Minnings.
Sure. Supplemental. So in adding all these positions, I think it's great that we are growing and there's opportunities for people to come in and work in this great environment. I know, or considering our conversation on Wednesday, is there space for this many people to work within our building?
Short answer, probably not, but we'll figure it out. Derek's so excited for a capital manager. They're going to sit in the corner of his ginormous office, and economic developers typically are out in the community. So we'll put them at the end of a table in a boardroom if we have to, until we get the admin building grown to the right size. So we'll figure it out, but we for sure are tight.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the CAO. We have gone through, I'll admit, we've hired some extra staff this year for sure, but we have comprehensively gone through and identified that we need to change and move on. We had huge gaps in our organization, and you can't leave that forever. If you want to succeed, you have to be progressive in the true sense of the word. When I was being interviewed one time for an interview, the boss said to me, here's what I want for a person. He said, I want someone who's going to really go for it. He said, and he said, it's far easier to pull back on the reins than it is to push the horse by the butt. And it was a great saying. And what he was telling me, and under no circumstances, was, if I hire you, you better change things around here, or you are not going to be a happy boy working under me. So with that kind of spirit in mind, we got to leave that money in there. And I think we should approve that position now. And if on December 6th or January 6th, I shouldn't pick that date, that's not a good one. But anyway, if we decide to pull back, then we'll pull back on the reins. But for God's sakes, let's not go the other way. Let's do it now. And if we're anticipating that this economic strategy is going to be a load of crap at this point in time, what the hell have we done so far? This will be and should be a good document. And if it isn't on the 6th, we'll make sure the consultants make it a good document. That's what my say on.
Member Minnings.
Thank you. I'm not going to respond to some of those assumptions, but what I wanted to do was follow up on the CAO's list of people we've brought on. There was also a training officer that was a new position that wasn't included, and the permit coordinator. Now, one thing is regarding the economic development strategy. It's not about a person right at this moment. And that's why I really don't feel that keeping this line item for a new position, I don't care if it's 2/3 of the salary or 50% or anything, it's 100% affecting the tax levy, whatever we put in there as a hold. And that's irresponsible to hold right now when we do not have anything. And I have never not said that we don't need to modernize and bring things here. As a matter of fact, I'm really proud of the work we've done over the past couple of days. We have a building here, and we had a presentation on Wednesday that says there aren't enough seats. So we do need to pull back the reins and deal with the priorities on the table. And we've put new positions in. We are going to solve problems. Those roads and all that investment into roads and the manager to help with that whole department, that's what we need before we can attract a factory or anything. We do need the IT and the lines and all of that in. So I'm not saying no to a strategy at all. I'm just saying that we need to really, I'm trying to take a very narrow, responsible lens as to what is in the total when we get to that point today, because that's going to affect the percentage of tax increase now. And if it ends up being a hold, because we don't have the full scope of the job description or what the needs are, none of us are economic development experts, although we all have our opinions and are welcome to them. That's why we hired the consultant. They are going to tell us, and they may suggest other things and other things we might want to put into place. And there may be a phase 4 to the consultant's review. We don't know if the presentation will be, dot the I's and cross the T's. It may open up other options that we haven't considered. I think that's why we paid the money for the expert to do the job. I'm worried that this money in here is sitting there for no reason at all at this time. I absolutely want to see this township grow. I chose to live here, and I like being on the winning team. So it's not a no to economic development. I just want to be clear. It's a no to where we can save a few dollars on the taxpayers' levy.
Thank you, Member McIntyre, and then Member Cox.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just getting a bit muddled because we're going around in circles here. I have a question to Mr. Plunkett. What sort of money increase are we looking at? I think I've figured out $479,000 more in wages if we carry on and take everybody on that have been brought before us. And if that's the case, I think that's a bit high. We're filling gaps here and there, and at this one, I think we need to take the view of Member Burkett and Member Minnings. Let's review, and let's not jump at it today. Let's review where we are in April. Let's find out what kind of money's left after the budget's complete in terms of reserves. And then we can, having some information and working off of a point of intelligence, we can move forward if there's enough money left, and if there's I feel that we are racing here when we don't need to race. I think we're going at a very nice pace, and we're hiring, and like CAO said, there's no space, and she'd find some space, but at the same time, we're really galloping here when we should be just trotting along. I think we've done a great deal of good here in these meetings in the last 3 days, and I think maybe we should just kind of slow down a little bit and review where we are. And at the end, when Mr. Plunkett comes and says, well, congratulations, here's your percentage of tax increase, and here's the money left over, we can then review this particular position. That's my view of it. I think you need to just kind of be a bit more cautious because we filled a number of gaps at the moment.
Thank you, Member Cox.
I understand, and I'm pretty sure every member here realizes that we have to listen to the economic development plan and make decisions. But the point being is that that was our number one in our strategy. And we're not galloping, we're catching up. I've been here for a long time and we're catching up with everyone else and what's going on. And if we are going ahead with this, it's because COVID came, and I don't know what has happened, but everybody seems to have the move north and the costs are cheaper for a lot of places. So my theory is when we did this strategic plan, we said, yes, let's prepare an economic development strategy and prepare a strategy for development ready lands, because we know that they're coming. So I believe that we're not rushing into this. We've not rushed into a lot of things. We are bringing on people who are needed and we have been needed for a long time. I have no problem with waiting to hire anybody till May or June. But I would suggest, I feel that we could put that money away, because at the end of this whole conversation today, we can say to Andrew and the staff, we want a 3%. Can you go back and see where you can save in operating costs? We've done it at the county. We've done it here before. But I don't want to negate the fact that this was something that we all sat there and said, economic development is the most important thing for us. We need to be on the wagon with everyone else. Thank you.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. Through the chair to the committee. I think when we were all interviewed by the people doing the economic development study, they brought out the best in us. We were all excited about what questions were, at least I was. I don't know how the others were, but I think it was a process that I have never experienced before. And I was so happy with what they did, well, the questions they asked, and I'm so looking forward to the outcome of it. Regardless of the outcome on the 6th, and the other, is there 2 more after that, Madam CEO, that they're bringing back, or 1?
I think just one. They've been before you once. I think this is. They give you an overview. Yeah, they give you an overview of where you are. So I think there's one more time after that. But don't. Thank you. I can't swear to it.
I'm asking that we're not going to make a decision today as to whether we hire an economic development officer, or we can. What I'm saying is leave the monies there. Let's see what the consultant has come back with. We're not going to hire, I hate to say it again, until April, if we see fit. But I wanted to ask Mr. Plunkett, the monies for this economic development officer, do they come out of the levy, or are they come out of the levy? Okay.
Yeah, so just through the chair to the member Burkett, it definitely comes out of the levy.
Okay, so further to member Cox's comment, we're sitting at a 3.97. Is that where we're sitting at today?
3.96 at the moment.
96. We can go back to Mr. Plunkett and ask that we'd like to see a 2.9, and he can find saving somewhere and bring it back to this council if council wants to be under 3%. But I think we should leave the economic development officer position in there so we can make that decision in the early spring.
I'm going to just say my comments. So I still think it's too early. We haven't seen the plan. We're guessing what the job description is. Like it's a pie in the sky. It's too rushed, but based on historical surpluses, if we decide that we go ahead with after seeing phase 1, phase 2 on the economic plan, I'm sure come April, May, we could, if we're all in agreement, hire that position then and pay for it like we've done other positions midterm here. But I think we have no idea what the plan is. We don't even have a job description. They'll do this, they'll this. I think it's way too early. We have to be responsible. And if we do put money aside, it still comes out of the levy. So I'd like to take this 108,000, whatever you've got in there, should come out. And then we decide this come April, May of 2024. Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Andrew, what's 1% on the levy, Andrew? What kind of monies are we looking for?
So I guess my question for you is: it 1% of the municipal levy or 1% of the tax bill? Because if you're looking at 1% of a tax bill drop, then the amount that we need to remove from the levy is a little closer to 300,000.
Okay, thank you.
So if you're looking at just the municipal levy, then it's 125,000 is 1% of the municipal component.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. So if we're at 3.96, if we want to take it to 2.96, how much money are we looking for?
So we're looking at somewhere between 250,000 and 300,000. And then that's certainly up to council, ultimately, whatever rate you are comfortable with. Staff can go back and look at areas to remove items from the levy to get you to where you want to be.
Member Brennan.
Yeah, so with those scenarios in mind, we could ask that comes by compensating through reserve, as opposed to cutting so what's in here now. Yes or no?
Madam CEO.
Yes, if council, I think we need to finish the active conversation, but to answer that question, yes, the treasurer and I were discussing it this morning. We do have a small tax rate stabilization fund. It's currently sitting at 500,000. So if you want to get down 1%, we can use that and we can replenish it with next year's surplus. We don't typically, Andrew and I were talking this morning, we don't typically recommend that as a great long-term strategy, but because we see so much assessment growth coming in the next year, it should balance itself out. So it's not a terrible short-term strategy. No. If we can get back to the economic development strategy, I've heard
supplementary to that. No, the only reason I bring that up is because we're mixing the EDO decision up with the overall rate, and I don't think that's appropriate. We can talk about it, but they're linked. And I'm saying that instead of sacrificing a needed position, there are other options on the levy. Thank you.
Member Minnings, I think, and then Member Jansen.
Sorry, through the chair to the CEO. What was the name of that 500, that reserve fund, or how you called it? I just want it for my notes.
So if I can, it's actually called the taxation reserve, but it effectively is, as the CAO pointed, and it does provide the ability to do a stabilization.
Go ahead, Member Minnings. Is anything? Member.
Okay, so through the chair to Andrew. So I guess the difference in what's being discussed here is whether we make the decision today to hold the funds in the event that we do hire the officer. And if we don't, then I guess that money could become potentially surplus. And if we decide not to hold that money, then it would be an impact on the levy at the time of the decision.
So if I can, through to the chair. So if we hold the funds now, it impacts the levy. I can certainly get the levy to wherever council presumably wishes it to go, within reason. But in the event that you chose not to hire it, you wouldn't go back and put it on the levy because you typically wouldn't do a mid-year taxation increase. Right.
So if we did supplemental, if we did decide not to hold the funds now and midway through the year decided to hire an economic development officer, where would those funds come from?
So, no, fair enough. So at that point in time, staff would probably make an assessment as to whether we've generated any staffing surpluses at that point. If we have, we would say we could probably just use existing operations to fund it. If we hadn't, then we'd be looking at a position where we'd need to draw it from a reserve.
Okay, Madam CEO, and then Member Jansen, follow up.
Just to follow up, so on that staffing surpluses, when we're doing our staffing salaries, are we staffing out everybody that potentially could be working, including the people that are on long-term disability or short-term that could be off on insurance plans?
So yes, we do budget for the full complement of staff actually being working. Sorry.
Okay, let Madam CEO jump in, and then Member Burkett.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on through the chair, Councillor Jansen. The downside to the strategy you're proposing is it's just a bigger impact for next year. So we try and slowly phase these things in, so you don't have such a big impact next year. So it's a pay me now or pay me later, but we like to phase them in as best we can, which is why we put new positions. We don't necessarily start January 1st. We put them in when we get there.
Member Burkett.
Through the chair. So Madam CEO explained what would happen. So maybe Andrew wants to explain to council. It would impact the levy this year. If we do not budget for it this year and we put it in next year, regardless of where we get the money, it will impact the levy in 2025. Is that correct, Andrew?
If I can, through the chair to Member Burkett, yes. So if we didn't put it in this year and we wanted to add it, it would be a levy impact increase for 2025.
At the full amount, not the partial amount.
Right.
But we've already added to the levy with these jobs we've already agreed to. So based on with all the surpluses, I think we're very safe. If we decide that we want to go ahead with this position later in the year, it can be absorbed with the budget. And then save the levy.
I was going to hear, I've heard passionate opinions all across the gamut. I think you've probably had a great discussion and you should maybe do a little straw vote on whether you want it in or out. So
yeah,
we can wrap this up.
I think if we want to vote on it, we want I want it recorded.
It's not a vote.
Well, somewhere along the line, we're going to vote on it.
You're going to vote on the budget at the end.
I want to pull this item out. How do we do that, Madam Clerk?
Council can pull an item out for separate motion if they'd like outside of the full budget approval. That is not our standard process, but we can do it.
But if perhaps at the end we can, but I want it pulled out. It should be separated out.
Okay, just a heads up that we haven't done that for any of the other positions. So
Through the chair, I think it should be left to the end because we still have things to go through. So if we pull that position out at the end, that would make it more clear. And I mean the end after, if we ask staff to come back to see where we're at, not like maybe just today. But I think that we need to finish this, let Andrew, if everybody agrees, we've talked about that other part, let it go back. And then when it's brought back for final, we can pull out if somebody wants something pulled.
I think Member Jansen and then Member Brennan.
Okay.
Member Brennan?
I've seen no logic to pulling this out now. We have had a wholesome conversation around this thing. I don't know why we would separate this out for any really logical reason. I don't know. I don't know Robert's rules that well yet, but this seems bizarre to me.
I think we should be fully transparent to the taxpayers. That's where I'm coming from.
We're on camera.
Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair to Member Brennan's comments. Can we do it now and have a recorder? Or is there any merit in leaving it until the end or benefit doing it now? Like, I'm happy to do it either way.
Thank you. Staff would prefer you do it now because to Councillor Cox's position, when we deliver the final, we want it to be the final. It makes a lot of moving things around at the end. So we would appreciate a heads up of where you're going. So if you want a separate vote, do it now. So then we know we're in or out.
Member Jansen.
Thank you. And I guess a procedural question, could we not do a straw poll the same way we did with the other positions to determine whether the body of council would like to move forward with keeping it there or removing it?
My comments on that, this is a little different because I think the straw poll looked like it was going to be unanimous. This is contentious and I think we should be recorded in the books. That's just my idea. Member Cox.
Yeah.
Member Minnings.
Oh, here. If you can. Typically, this is not processed for budget, but it is within the procedural bylaw that if a member requests a vote, then we can host it. So I would suggest that just for expediency and to move forward, because we still have another section to get to in a general discussion on where committee wants the levy to be, that we hold the vote and then that becomes part of if council's going to then request that staff come back with further changes or amendments, then staff know whether or not this position is in, so they know what that final discussion is.
Member Cox.
Sorry, I remember now. The 108, is that a whole year? Is that a half a year?
Sorry if I can through the chair.
Just to clarify.
It is for 3/4 of the year.
Okay, so if we didn't do it, if we didn't do anything, if we did something in April and we never hired till June, we still would have, okay, that's just in my head. I'm getting my head around. Thank you.
Yeah, I think in the motion, we will say the motion will be that staff be directed to include an EDO position in the budget for a portion of the year, not to be hired until the approval of the economic development strategy. Just so we're clear that just because it's in the budget, we're not running off to do anything until you've approved a strategy.
Member Jennings.
Yeah.
No. So before I put forward a decision or on this, with that being 3/4 of the year and you're holding how much? 108. So you're assuming it's around $140,000 salary, wages and benefits. So then what's the salary range for that? Because it seems to me it's bringing it below 100,000 and or close to, and I don't know, and unless you've researched what economic development officer positions go for, so I'm not sure. And if you have, that's great, but I just want some assurance from staff that that's really the number, because we want the best economic, like, it's not a no to the position from me. It's just about the timing, and I, based on the salary levels of the staff, we want to continue to pay well and attract the very best economic development officer here with who's going to hit the ground running. So I just want to make sure that that's an accurate number, because it's important to me, because it does affect the levy if it's kept in.
Thank you. Member Jansen.
Just on the wording of the motion, I'm just wondering if there should be a line in there that upon approval of council prior to hiring. Is that something that would fit in there? I don't know.
It'll be on approval of the plan. Council doesn't approve hiring of the people. Once you've budgeted and you've approved the plan, which includes a person, then we would have our approval.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
If I can, Mr. Chair, to respond to Member Minning's question, the salary range for that particular position is somewhere between 100 and 105,000 before benefits. That's all the benefits. So that's EHD, CPP. Right.
Thank you.
So right now, the draft motion reads that staff be directed to include the position of an economic development officer in the 2024 budget, with the position not being considered for hiring until the adoption of the economic development plan. If that properly encapsulates what the bulk of council.
Yep, I'll still ask for a recorded vote.
Does that cover the holding the funds back at the moment until?
Yes, it means that the funds will be still included in the 2024 budget.
Okay.
Thank you. And I just want some assurance, just further to my question, that's the salary that you're comfortable with for this position, knowing the huge scope they're starting from, in some ways, with when you were thinking about commercial and industrial industry, they're starting from a very scratch point. I'm all for paying the right wage, but again, it's an important number if we're keeping it here.
Okay, Madam CEO, and then I think we'll put it to the vote.
Yeah, I guess I never know what's out there until we hire, but we've looked at where we think it belongs in our grid compared to other positions. So, I can't be higher than a director of public works to be an economic development officer. They're different levels. So we've looked at where we think it fits most appropriately in our current grid.
Okay, so have you read the motion, Allison?
And I can read it again.
Yeah.
So the motion reads that staff be directed to include the position of an economic development officer in the 2024 budget, with the position not being considered for hiring until the adoption of the economic development plan.
Okay, we have a mover for that, please. Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member McIntyre. And I've asked for a recorded vote.
No. Okay, so recorded vote requested by Chair Taylor. So Chair Taylor, for or against?
Against.
Okay, Member Burkett, for or against?
For.
Okay, Member McIntyre, for or against? Okay, Member Cox, for or against? Member Minnings, for or against?
Against.
Okay, Member Jansen, for or against? Okay, Member Brennan, for or against? The motion is carried 5-2.
Okay, where do we carry on there, Andrew?
Sorry, if we can, Mr. Chair. We are still on page 40.
Because we haven't finished off.
Admin.
We haven't quite finished off. We haven't finished the whole page yet. The only thing I would highlight remaining on that page, I think, is maybe the SSEA amount has increased this year. The request has gone from 119,000 to 126,000.
And the consultants there, right? What's incorporated? Why the jump there?
Oh, sorry, you're right. I missed that one. So that consultants line, and I did have the answer to that question, but now I've hold on a sec. Let me check. So there, oh, sorry. Now I have the answer. So it includes 20,000, which was standard consultant fee. Just it's in there to cover various consulting costs during the year, and there's 50,000 for the organizational review, which council had already approved.
Member Cox.
I just thought I'd like to say that the 911 contract is lower, so we have something lower. Thank you.
I believe that's population driven, just so we know.
Okay, if we can switch to page 41.
You will see on those pages, there's some heavy transfers to reserves. One of them matches directly the OMPF funding that we get. So we transfer to the capital reserves. This is where we do it. The levy, the 1.6 versus the 1.9, that's the capital levy increase for 2024. And you'll see the 450,000 is in there for a reserve fund. And that is the reserve interest that's being generated on items like the development charges, the gas tax fund, and the parkland levies, which gets transferred to those individual reserves accordingly.
Any questions on admin? Then we can carry on to
just at the bottom of that particular page is the BIA budget. And
I'm just not sure if this isn't with grants, so it's I think easy. Okay.
Just a point of information on the Coldwater BIA revenues. The BIA at their annual general meeting approved a 3% increase from 30,000 to 31,500. And I know you may have prepared this prior to the October 24th date, so I'm not sure if that needs to be reflected in the new budget binder.
Sorry, Member Jansen, you said it's been increased to 31.5?
I believe so. Yeah, 3% increase.
I will follow up with the president of the BIA to get updated numbers. These numbers have no impact on your levy. They are levied directly to the BIA members.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Minnings.
Thank you. So under Coldwater BIA expenses, the 5,500 for beautification, is that money the same as what we gave the BIA? And I believe it's the BIA mid-year this year for baskets, etc., because they came to us for winter greenery. But I also noticed there's a similar request in the current grants that we'll be going through later on today. So if you could just tell me what that number represents, what we paid them. Yeah. So, okay. Thanks.
Yeah. No. So if I can, just to respond, I'll try to answer the BIA questions. We did do a grant for 2,500, and their beautification budget has been increased accordingly to match that. Now, what you see here is this is when of course, when I do this, it shows the budget at 5,000. I believe that budget is, because of that grant, has now been bumped to 7,500. So they do their own beautification, but this was an additional component to the beautification as well. So, but that is where they would expense those funds to. So your question is, would they have expended them there? They would.
I think, Madam
They
Clerk,
definitely would have.
go ahead, Allison.
So earlier this year, council did approve, when we still had the council special project grants, the separate funding before they were collapsed into the general grants funding, which is why you're seeing it now under the general grants list instead of how it was handled earlier this year, which was a council special project grant. And at that time, they requested 5,000, council awarded 50%. So that's where their beautification project for the fall winter stuff was 5,000, council awarded 2,500. So the grant funding for that came out of the 2023 council special projects funding, and then went through. So they're still required to pay 50% of that themselves.
Member Cox.
This 8,350 for grants. Only 2,500 is what Severn Township gave them. They got other grant money from the county of Simcoe for media and advertising, and that's what they haven't spent yet. So that other amount has nothing to do with Severn.
Correct. Only 2,500 of the 8,300 is Severn directly.
Okay, Member Minnings and then Member Jansen.
Thank you. And just because I'm unfamiliar, can you explain to me again why they're in here? And I'm all for the Coldwater BIA, but it's just confusing for me to see it here in the budget binder.
Turn my mic off again instead of on. If I can, through the chair to Member Minnings, it is in here because it's a board of the township. It's not funded by the township. It's funded directly by BIA members, but it is required to be included in our audited financial statements. So it is in here, has no impact on the. Yeah, think of it kind of like the library, other than the library is funded by us. We do not fund the BIA unless, of course, they request a grant, and we do give them a grant. But
okay, Member Jansen and then Member Burkett.
My question was clarified by the clerk. Thank you.
Through the chair,
Member Burkett.
Through the chair to Andrew, but Andrew, I think it's in here because we pay all the bills. Is that how it works? The invoices come to you and then you send them checks. Is that how it works?
Sorry. If I can, through the chair, they are in here because they are a local board of the township and they're included in our consolidated financial statements. They have no impact on the levy at all, but we are required to report them in our financial statements, so that's why they're included in our budget.
Madam CEO.
Thank you. We do their bookkeeping. That is correct, but there's very specific legislation for BIAs under the Municipal Act. So part of that is they must submit their budget to council and we have to report out on it.
Thank you. I think we're okay with page 41. So can I jump in? So I think, Allison, you mentioned in the election, the boundary review, was it in here? Did you say?
So if I can, Mr. Chair, it is here. So it's included in consultant fees of 45,000 and being funded through the election reserve, which is the contribution you see up at the top of the page.
And just a comment, I'm very surprised if you said Ward 3 is already out 1,000 people from. That only kicked in 5 years ago. So whoever we hired that time, we better have a look. The projections, I find it shocking because I don't think it's the highest growing ward. There's other ones that are growing quicker.
If I can, in response. So, your last review was 2016. So you're closer to 10 years than you were 5 years away from the last one. And it can easily be seen that the growth hit one ward faster than a different ward and earlier, right? So the next ward we see growing, there's some new subdivisions coming into, or there's one new subdivision in Coldwater. There's a lot of growth coming through Live and others in current Ward 4. So it's just a matter of when that actually takes traction as to when those electors hit the list of electors, right? So when we do undertake this exercise, again, it'll be fourth quarter into next year. Or into 2025. we will be looking at, we'll have much more definitive numbers as to what we're expecting for the live developments and for Turnbull and for such like that. So we can do those projections much or quite accurately going forward. And again, like I said yesterday, I will happily, just for background, I will circulate the final report on the 2016 ward boundary review, just for council's information for those that haven't been a part of this before. It is quite the process to go through. And it might give you some background and explanation as to how that works. But again, before we get into that in fourth quarter, probably fall next year, I will bring forward a general background report for council's information. Again, because by that point, it'll have been even longer since today. Just to refresh your mind so that you have that in your pocket if you get questions as it goes along.
Thank you, Madam CEO.
I think the clerk covered that. I was just going to say, just recognizing we're not feeding you lunch today. We know this is a topic of great interest, but we took direction yesterday to keep it in the budget and bring back to discuss before we move forward on it. I just didn't want to spend a lot of time today.
There.
In the middle of the page, if I can, Mr. Chair, you'll see the costs of policing services and of course the opposing levy.
The member Minnings and the member Cox.
Thanks. While it's here, the animal control, etc., if you could just tell me a little bit about what that is on the ground in the township. I've had some calls from people who on different issues, but they run maybe animal shelters, things like that. So I'm interested in that whole discussion and how that, what that means here too, and how we fund it and manage it.
Yep.
Sorry if I can just move. I believe it'll be on the next page. So it'll be on 243.
It bylaw kind of crosses 2 pages. So
We'll come back to that one, Wanda. Member Cox.
Yeah, animal control, when you get there, is it's the G243 section. It's about halfway down on the next page.
Okay, I just had a question on bylaw with the revenues. I like to say people do a good job when they do a good job, and I'm very pleased with our bylaw enforcement officer. She has done a wonderful job. She looks into things. It's done, and you know it's finished. And I just like to commend her for the work she's been doing.
I will pass that along to her.
Okay, we'll flip to page 43.
So perhaps while you're looking at that, I can go through a quick overview of animal control. So animal control for us is a couple different pieces. So I'll start with basic canine. So canine control for us is one that is generally outsourced. We have a contract with the Township of Romera that does our canine control, as they have their own they have their own interim kennel that they can use if they have an issue or a quick dog pickup. We also have a contract with the SPCA just across the highway here, where they act as our kennel, which is local and easier for people to pick up their stray animals at. So they would respond to stuff like dog bites, dogs at large, that type of stuff. The SPCA got out of doing enforcement 2 years ago, province-wide. So we entered into that contract with the Township of Romera at that time. They bill us at year end based on number of calls for service. So, and it seems to be working pretty good. With respect to so we have 2 contracts in. So under subcontractors, that's where you would see the Township of Romera, and under Humane Society, that's where you would see our actual pound keeping agreement with the SPCA. The SPCA you can also buy your tags there if you need to, say if we weren't open. So that is an option for people if they're only available on the weekends to go get a tag and we're not open. Animal loss by wolves, along with the other piece here, on committee board remuneration. So that's our livestock valuer. So under provincial legislation, if a farmer has dead livestock due to coyotes or fishers or what have you, they have the ability to put a claim in through our livestock valuer, which we then process. The province sets the rates for how much they're reimbursed for, depending on type of animal, age of animal, all sorts of different factors. And then we put in the claim for them. And then if the province approves it, then we remit payment and the province gives us the funding for it. It's done on a case by case basis, and our valuer goes out. So that's where you see the 1125 line committee boards remuneration. That's our livestock valuer going out to do those valuations. Every year is a little different. This one's been bizarrely quiet, but last year we had quite a lot of them. So it varies year to year. The only thing I will say is if the province sees the claim form and they decree that it's been a death by a dog kill, like a wild dog versus a coyote, then we are responsible for reimbursing those costs because dogs are under the jurisdiction of the municipality. So if it's a wild animal like a fisher or a coyote, the province pays it. But if they determine that the kill is by a wild dog, then because of the way the municipal act works, then we have to pay that at the amount they set. So.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Yeah, so where someone's dog does that, can we recover a cost from the owner?
So you're talking if someone's dog kills someone else's dog?
No, if someone's dog kills a cow or some other, or chickens or whatever they can kill, like, so you say the province is off the hook. The minister, I guess it's the Ministry of Agriculture that takes care of it.
It's OMAFRA.
Yeah, so, but if Craig's dog kills your cow, I don't want to pay $10,000. I want Craig to pay $10,000.
So in order to through you, Mr. Chair, so in order to qualify for the program, they have to be a registered farm with OMAFRA. So they have to have their farm premises ID and a couple other numbers with OMAFRA registered in order to qualify for the livestock compensation program. If they don't want to file that paperwork, then it could be a civil claim between two parties. If they do file that paperwork and the province deems that it is a dog and they say, you owe $1,200 to this farmer because of the piece, then we are required by legislation to pay it.
But we can recover our costs, can we not?
No.
We can't recover our costs?
This is one if it's a dog, only if it's a dog that we eat.
So if I can, through the chair to Member Brennan, our only option to go after the owner of the dog at that point would likely be small claims court.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Which isn't worth our time to do. Okay. So I hope that provides a bit of a background of the, I'm going to say, three-pronged piece of animal control that's in the budget. So
in that case, we'll flip to 44.
So on this page, you'll see the tile drains, and then you'll see the Simcoe County taxation, and following it'll be the education board taxations. So this effectively outline where we collect money on as a third party and transfer those monies to that same third party. So we collect taxes for the county, for example, and then we remit those taxes to the county. So they will offset each other. So these will always end up balancing to zero. Same thing for the education boards. And the same thing for the tile drain loans. So you've seen several tile drain loans recently, but what we do is we act as an intermediary. So we receive the funds from the ministry. We provide them to the owners that have done the tile drains, and they repay us on their tax bill over a 10-year period. So that being said, from the remaining pages, here are all county and education taxation, so we probably don't need to go through those pages.
Member Minnings. Oh, sorry. So what's left?
Well, I think maybe where we want to move to now,
or do you want to take a break?
we certainly do. We can certainly do the capital.
You want to chair? Okay. Yeah. Let's do capital. Which tab on that one, Andrew?
So that'd be under orange tab number 4, and it's going to be page 101.
Okay, if we want to start from the top and go down, and that would be great.
we certainly can. You'll notice on there, it's a couple of those items have been carryovers from 2021. Part of the reason I think they've been carried over is because they may have been, the hope was we could include it in the renovation component. And we still may be able to, now that we're proceeding with a renovation design. They will likely be, so it's replacing the bylaw windows and the windows at the CAO's office. They are very old. They are very energy inefficient. They are almost like they're not there, other than they effectively work as a wind cover, but that's about it.
Member Cox.
I have no problem with replacing the windows. I lived with windows where you put that plastic stuff on the hairdryer on.
There is the placeholder for the design renovations, which we've already discussed on Wednesday. I do not have an amount in here for the administration building renovations. And I guess at this point in time, we don't have a number to place in there, but it will be funded from reserves when we do get to that point. Yes, you're absolutely right. Through the chair, all the items on here are funded out of a reserve fund. The new server, we do require to replace those every few years to make sure we don't lose any of our data, or we don't get into a position where we could lose our data, and not necessarily lose our data, but lose the ability to operate for a week or two. We don't want that to happen. We do have the annual replacement on computer equipment, which we set at $25,000. We don't always spend it. It comes from the reserve, but it is for either annual standard replacement, or if we do have a computer that fails during the year.
Stop right there, Member Brennan.
Yeah, just with regard to the new server, there's just been so much talk about people getting access to hospital data and municipal data and library data. Have we taken extra measures to protect the information of the residents of Severn Township? Like, it just seems like a particularly bad time out there, and I'm just hoping we responded to that accordingly.
I will. I will respond to Member Brennan, and I will tell you we have taken many steps. I won't share with you what they are, because that's the last thing we want to do is share what steps we've actually taken. But we have taken a lot of steps. Plus, we have insurance also to cover us for those types of events. But we have taken the necessary steps required, and we've actually gone through an audit to make sure we're as up to date as humanly possible.
Okay, Member Burkett, and then Member Cox.
Sorry, through the chair, Andrew. Member Brennan answered, and Andrew answered the question.
Member Cox.
No, and there's another one I would like to commend is our David Campbell. He has always been very ahead of the game on all of this. So over the years, I've watched him, and he's notoriously making sure that we were very well protected. So I feel quite good about that. Thank you.
Our IT coordinator is very risk aware, for sure. The next item on here is so laser feature. That is a new records management system, which will allow us to effectively, it'll integrate well with the new finance ERP that we're implementing now, and it will also allow us to, I don't know if I like that hand going up, but it will also allow us to digitize our records as well, which I think I'll let the Madam Clerk speak to.
Member Cox, and then the clerk.
Through the chair to Andrew. So when will this all be happening?
Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you. I will happily take this on records as my baby. So we have an existing system called Tab Fusion that we've had for many. Oh,
I'm talking about.
It was for Andrew.
I'm talking to Andrew. Yes.
I was like, I'm talking about records.
Sorry, somebody else. Well, I'm asking this one first.
I was quite happy for the clerk to take that one, but the implementation of the finance component of the software is well underway right now. So the hope is we are fully live before the beginning of the new year so that our finance is up and running. And after that, once that piece is up and running, we will start moving into each one of the other modules, which will include a customer service portal, an employee portal. It will allow people to pay for virtually everything we do at the township online, and it'll also give them the ability to pay with credit card, which we do not have now.
Supplemental. And I know I had talked to you about it, but I just like to make it known that once we get into the building things, I would just like to hope that we would always give our residents the opportunity to either come into the office to apply for things if they want, or to do it online, because I know there are municipalities that just say straight online and they do not answer anything, and it's very hard for a lot of people, and I don't think it's a fair way to do it. And I know that you said you agreed, so that makes me feel much better. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I'm not aware of any of the new modules that would suggest we would only provide an online option. I believe we would continue to offer both. And now we do online for fire permits, for example. But if somebody needs a fire permit, they come to the office and we'll do the process right there for them.
Thank you very much. Somebody else.
I was going to say the clerk's likely quite passionate about the record system.
Like my brother this week.
Okay, does that pretty much wrap up Andrew?
There are a couple other items on there. Yeah,
okay.
I noticed your signage strategy. It was listed on here because it is type of capital item, so it is listed there. And the other piece is the new committee room chairs. It's about 20 chairs we would have to replace. And
member Minnings.
Thank you. I was waiting for the chairs.
So those are the ones that you're either sitting on now, or if you've sat into these chairs in the other room here, they're probably in excess of 20 years old now. So,
but it's
not all chairs, but
okay. So that's what I'm saying is that for the amount of time I sit on these chairs, I find them very comfortable. If it is these chairs, I thought it was committee room chairs like these ones that are in front of us and stacked. And I don't know how many there's about 15. So I don't know if we can, tell me which chairs are broken or ripped or need replacing.
Thank
you. These chairs are actually great. The ones in here and those are all good. It's the ones in there and the ones over there that you can't no longer move up and down, and they're well past their prime. And we do use those meeting rooms quite regularly. I know most members don't, but the mayor and the deputy mayor for sure, and here twice a week with public and staff meeting in those two rooms. So they're well used, and we play a little chair shuffle every time to try and get a chair that doesn't put you down on the ground.
Okay, member Minnings, and then member McIntyre, and then member Cox, and then member Brennan.
Thanks. So I'm just not sure that we need to replace 20 chairs right now. And again, I don't sit in them all the time, but if they're not chairs that people are sitting on at their desks, and we do have chairs here that aren't used all the time, I don't know, it's $16,000, and that's why I'm flagging it. So you'd have to convince me more.
Member McIntyre, maybe he can.
No, I can't convince you of that. But through the chair, is there any value to the old ones? They're garbage. Is that they get disposed of? Okay, thanks.
Member Cox.
First of all, they're coming out of a reserve, so it's not on the tax levy. But second of all, those chairs have been here since 1994 or earlier, and it's very embarrassing when you have someone come in and sit down to go, and the whole chair just goes, and then they can't get it back up because the handle's broken. It's just not very. We've made our money on those chairs. We got our money.
And if I can respond, I may have picked too many chairs, because I think I may have picked some of the ones in here. So that number will go down accordingly, because we're only going to replace the chairs that need to be replaced, not good functioning ones.
Member Brennan.
Yes. Thank you. So the chair, to just related, I have had occasion to use those rooms here for the physician recruitment committee. There's no parking in Aurelia for these these doctors and other members of the board. So I am looking forward to actually using it more if the vacancies are there, just related to the use of some decent chair, which would be nice. We, as a consent item, the customer service policy went through, and there was notations in there about how to book a room. And I'm just wondering, I hate calling Allison to book a room. It seems terrible, waste of her time. But there were no provisions in the policy for us to use a boardroom and use these chairs that you're going to buy. And is there another way we should do these things as counselors or members of council?
Go ahead.
Thank you. If council wants to use, whether it's council chambers or the boardroom beside you for a meeting, it is me that you need to contact so that I can check the rooms through the office to make sure that if this one wasn't available, there's another one that you can use. And to make sure that there isn't already a pre-existing meeting booked into it. So anytime, it doesn't take long for me to check. So
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah.
I hate to bother you.
I'm your person.
Okay, Andrew.
If I can now, Mr. Chair, if we're done with the administration capital, I think this might be the good, before we get to the detailed discussion on grants, maybe you might want to, we can break. Yeah, sure, we can do that. That wasn't where I was headed, but that's
the meeting back to order, and we'll talk to Andrew. So right now that we're sitting, we haven't changed really anything, correct?
If I can, through Mr. Chair, the only reduction we've done is moved the SegBay grant or the SegBay portion from 6 to 4. So we have not done much yet, but we are effectively still at a 3.96% increase. And this would be the time for council to discuss as to where you want to end up, and you let me know where you want to end up, and staff can go back and figure out a way to get you there.
Well, we can start. We'll start with Member Cox, go this way, and then we'll start Member Burkett and come this way. Member Cox.
Or sorry, if I should have jumped in on that preamble to start with. I should remind we do have a 3.8% CPI index increase, so we are dealing with inflation at that amount. So just to before we proceed, I just thought I'd remind you of that particular number.
I'd be good with 3.
Hi, and I'm looking for below 3, definitely. Thank you.
Member McIntyre.
I'd love to see 299.
I'm fine with 3.8.
Member Jansen.
I think saving the taxpayers money at this time would be beneficial. I know that there's a lot of seniors, especially in our communities, that live on fixed incomes. A rate that's below inflation, I think, would be helpful. So I'd be okay with a 2.9% increase if we could get to that amount. That would be 1% less.
Member Burkett.
Thank you. And all through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to see a 2.96 percentage increase as well.
And the chair, I'd like to see 2.5, but I'd be happy with 2.9.
Yep. So just recapping, it seems to be there's general consensus around 2.9. Yep. With the occasional exception granted. So
Come down to 2.96.
somewhere between 2.9 and 2.99 is where I think we had some that said 2.9, 2.96, and okay.
Just sorry, and yeah, I don't have a number in mind, but just to do your best to get it down as low as possible. I'm in my ward, there are a lot of people who are working minimum wage jobs, multiple, and we're seeing an increased use of the food bank. We have families who don't have money for heat and hydro, and then Christmas is coming. So it affects everybody, and $100, or $200 may not be anything for some people, but for others, it does make a huge difference. So I'm not stuck on 2.99, but I'm really looking at helping. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's information for Andrew.
I'm good with that. I will. The staff will take a look at it, and we'll get you. We'll certainly get you down to the number that you're comfortable with.
Okay, so we'll go to F1.6 grants, and if Allison just wants to go over the beginning, if there's any comments on the policy, the difference between festival social grants, etc. I'll let Allison speak there.
111. Yeah.
Sorry, page 111.
Page 111, and you're in your, I don't know what color tab it is.
Great.
It's
great tab number 6.
So I thought before we get started, so we currently have 3 grant streams. We have general program, events, and festival and special events, and then we have capital. So capital is 50-50 funding. So just to put that out, the ones that are before you today have provided the 3 required quotes as required by our policy. Festival and special events. Give me 1 second here. Oh my gosh, too many screens. Can't even get to it. Okay, so festival and event grant. I think the big ticket part of this is the recognition that funding will decline by 25% every year. with the idea that eventually these events should be self-sustaining. And that practice has been in place for quite a number of years since the time I've been here, and I understand it wasn't there before. So I guess we're in general, I thought that today we can get through the grants that have been received. If there's any future discussion about amending the grants policy, I would suggest that be put over to another day, so that we don't confuse the two conversations. Also so that council has time to fully discuss that matter in full at a future meeting. Whereas these grants have been submitted under our current policy, which is why we pushed to get any changes done by June, because we started advertising for this in August. So, and with that, my thought would be to start with the ones that council, and I'll stop. Once we get going, I thought that we'd start with the ones that no one has declared an interest on, and then work forward from there.
Member Cox had a comment first.
Yeah, I have a comment through the chair to the clerk on the festivals and special events. The Santa Claus, the parades have never been under events for the whole time I've ever been here. They just ask for a grant, because an event is an event that you make money on, so you can subsidize for next year to what you do. A parade is you do this for the community, so there is no money made from it. You don't have anything you can do. And if we did that, we would have various parades in our communities that have been going on for years. Some of them are already sponsored by a local group or a club, but there are ones that aren't. So I would ask that, excuse me, parades do not fall under events. They just fall under a grant, which they ask for. Thank you.
Allison, would you comment on that?
I think if I can respond,
I'm sorry, but
Chair.
the parades have never, ever been, they've always been a certain amount, and they've never gone down like an event.
I through the chair to Member Cox, I don't think we have an issue. I think we just had put them in under events, but we can certainly move them out of events and fund them differently. Absolutely.
Okay, if we can pick the ones that there's no conflicts, Allison, or how did you want to do that? Or do you want to have me step out and then I can share the whole thing?
I would, again, I think we can start with the ones that no one has any interest on. I have put the grant list up on the screen. I'll try and make it a little bigger. And you'll see the number at the bottom will adjust live as we go. So the one thing I do want to put up front here is typically council leaves themselves a bit of a contingency, whether it's a couple $1,000s or what, so that if grants come through mid-year, they have some money to deal with those. As of right now, if council will to award the full 60,000, then you will have nothing left to use during the course of next year. So I just want to put that out as a word of caution. Typically, we do receive one or two small ones as the year goes along. So. Okay, so give me 1 second here to just make this a little, see if I can make it a little bigger. Okay, so the first one that, and forgive my typo there, I just realized that there's a typo, is our, and I never say this correct, so I'm going to apologize, right? So our Tree of Nature for 120. And I won't read through them, but Matt Thompson, who's applying, is the one that used to be the applicant under B City. So this is to do a butterfly count.
What's the problem? Sorry, what's the process so that I know how we go through them?
Typically, council just talks it out and decides whether or not they want to go 120, and normally moves fairly reasonably quickly, where you go, okay, well, we're going to do 120 here, we're going to do 110 here, we're going to do 50 here. So it's just general consensus down the table. There isn't a real big vote for every single one. It's just general consensus.
Sorry if I can jump.
Yeah, so that one, that's pretty minor and for a good cause. I think we can move on past that, surely.
Mr. Plunkett?
If I can, Mr. Chair, I'll also mention, I know the clerk mentioned that there's not room for a contingency, but currently you'll notice in front of you, you have requests in excess of the budgeted amount as well. So we can go through each one, and as council decides, if we end up under the budget number, then we're fine. If we're still over that budget number, then we will need to decide whether we want to increase it or if we want to do a percentage across the board, a reduction in all those grants to get us to that number. So I'll let you decide. Once we get closer, we'll worry about that.
So I guess the first one would be this archery and nature one.
Okay, if we're in agreement.
Well, that's a good way to do it.
So nobody says anything.
Member Jansen, sorry.
So I'm not opposed to providing the funding. I guess I'm just wondering what the funding is actually for. I know that they're gonna host the second annual Severn Butterfly Count. I think that's great. It sounds like a great initiative. I'm just wondering, when we pass on the $120, what happens to it? Whether it's going just to the individual, or I think he said there was three individuals that took part, or is it going towards making the flyers?
Member Minnings.
Thank you. So through the chair to Member Jansen, it's under the how you plan to spend the money. So mostly print. Yeah, excellent. Thank you.
That's what I'm wondering. Is this flyer?
Member Cox.
Member Jansen, they have to provide us with what they've done next year. So if they don't follow through and give us, they won't get another grant.
Thank you.
So just by way of clarification, so this individual, as was just mentioned by Member Minnings, if you look on the back page of it, because everything is double-sided under grants, it says that they will be developing promotional material in both digital and print to gain interest in the community. So I'm imagining the 120s towards that funding, or that funding is towards that. And I just want to let council know that under our current policy, if the funding is for less than $1,000, they do not have to report back to us. So.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, unless we hear a no, we'll just assume it's in.
There's no request from B City this year. So then we have Big Brothers Big Sisters who have requested. Is that general consensus? Heard a couple of no's.
Yeah, Member Minnings.
So I am concerned about the amount of the grant. However, they do go into 3 of our public schools. So I don't know if we could maybe here I'm just thinking as I'm talking, which isn't a good idea, but maybe we could have them come here and do a delegation for a future year. I don't know. I know they're a great organization. I know they do work in our schools. I don't know anything about this organization. So it's in the 1,500. I'm a no.
Okay. If that's council's wish, if they were to apply for future funding and to say for 2025, we can request some additional information like a delegation. But if for this year council wants to say no, then that's fine. I'm also going to remind council that if they choose to at any point on this list award part funding, that is something council has done historically in the past as well. So for now, I will mark 0 on this.
Really? Oh, wow.
Born to Read.
500. Member Cox had her hand up. If we're okay, I think the 500.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 500. That matches last year's. Scrolling down, trying to find ones that don't have declarations here. So Georgian Bay Forever. Council awarded 2,500 last year. They've applied for 5,000 this year.
What?
And they did do a delegation. This was referred to budget as part of their delegation. So that's why it's on the list.
I think the consensus is 2,500. I'm hearing.
Where's that one?
It's about halfway down. They're in alphabetical order.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then we have the Giving Garden at Fox Meadow Farms.
I'm a no. I'm a no as well.
No.
Anybody?
Giving Garden, no.
It's entirely up to council.
Hearing 0.
Are we hearing 0?
Yes.
Okay. Gloucester Pool Cottagers Association.
What are we doing?
No. No.
I've never attended it, but I know the deputy mayor. Okay. So I think it's Zero.
What was the million going to be used for?
I believe I heard a question as to what the Gloucester pool was for. It was for some signage, mailing brochures, that type of stuff. So is that a zero? Okay. Hampshire Artria Women's Institute.
Sorry. No.
Hospice.
No.
Any history with them at all?
We did provide them some funding when they, no, but in the past we have, no?
This is,
It was Mariposa Hospice.
this is a different hospice.
Okay. Too many hospices. Not enough, but too many to track.
So why are we
Yeah.
giving so many funding?
Why are we so firmly no there? Just curious.
We have our own.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Isn't this the same one? I thought it was the same one.
Sparrow Lake, I guess, is the next one.
Really fishing game never applied this year, so they're not a zero. There's the River House restaurant one. I'm sorry, this one came in after the fact. They're looking for $300. Before COVID, they did regularly receive this $300. And I'm sorry, this did come in after the deadline, and I don't.
It's okay.
I can read out what their application is. This did come in after the budget binders were produced.
Oh, I see.
It's yeah, it's $300 towards the parade they do in the community.
Madam CEO.
I'm just curious on council's logic. If Foxmead is a no because it's a private business, the parade terminates at River House, which is also a private business. So it's up to you. I'm just struggling with the distinction.
Yep, I'll let.
It's not on this.
Oh, okay.
Through the chair, the rationale is that those people organize this parade, and then when you do get to the River House, they supply all the food for free. So they're the only people in that neighborhood that actually put forward an effort to have a parade, and nobody else does anything.
And having attended many years, it's the biggest thing that happens in Severn Falls outside the regatta in July.
Well, okay.
So that's yes to $300.
Yeah.
Okay, then we have, we're gonna come back to the ones that folks have declarations on. So that's why I'm jumping a bit right now. So we have Sparrow Lake Historical Society,
Yeah.
and then we have VON.
Yep.
Yep. Oh, how much do you want to give?
That's fine.
I believe that's contribution to
This is their rental fees.
rental, so.
Yeah, that's fine.
So is that in kind then, or is there actual dollar value there?
It is in kind.
But we do have to transfer the funds from one to the other. So it's, I don't like the words. in
And I
kind
believe
because we
they've
do
had
have
a
to
huge
transfer the
increase in
funds.
rent as well there.
Okay.
So it is their rental fees for use of our facilities to put on their programs, but we do need to actually transfer the funds from the council grants to the recreation.
Okay.
Budget.
Talking about our rent.
So while we say it's in kind, we still have to account for those pieces. There's there's an adjustment that's made through the finance department. Okay, Simcoe County Bursary Program.
No, Washego Garden.
Oh, sorry, Washego Garden Club.
Sure, do beautify that area.
Yeah, they save us a lot, $1,400. We can't find anybody. who
Okay,
would.
so 1,400 like last year.
Yep.
County Bursary Program.
Yeah.
Yes.
Across the street.
You want to speak?
Please. Can we go back to Big Brothers? I don't know. I think we were a little harsh on that one. We know Big Brothers does really good work, and if they are going into our schools, maybe we don't give them 1,500, but surely $500 or something. I mean, they do a really good service. 500? All right, thank you.
Well, I think we should say what we say.
I think we should give them 5.
Can I get a quick show of hands on 500 for Big Brothers, Big Sisters? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
Exactly. So that means we're gonna do it.
$500 for Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that's through the list of ones that we don't have declarations on. We'll go to the events page. I think everyone has something related. Oh, the only one on the events page that no one has anything on is the Cold Water Studio Tour. They put in a request for 500. They put in the Coldwater Studio Tour under events and festivals. They put in a request for $5,000.
Member Jansen?
I understand maybe that the request is very large, but I do think that this is a promotion of arts and culture in our community. You know, I would support some funding, maybe for some promotional materials to have the to make the reach of this group maybe a little bit larger to attract more people into the community of Coldwater.
Yeah, Madam CAO and then Member Burkett.
I just wondered if council wished to support it in some way. They've asked for the $5,000, and I think including in that, they've asked for the community center rental fees to be covered. So I wondered if that's where you might want to start is by covering their rental fees. So that's your support. And from a communications side, whatever they do, we will boost them and, you know, do all the other things that we can do to help.
Any idea how much that would
I just came up with that idea on the fly, so I don't know. But
Member Cox and Member Binnings.
Well,
figure that out.
yeah.
And
We'll figure it out before you come back because it's a net nothing to the levy. We're just moving something from one to the other.
But it does fit the amount they have for grants.
It does.
so can we also ensure that the advertise
For the weekend for the upstairs room, Craig, if that helps.
Sorry, we're trying to figure that one out.
130. They just want to know how much the fees would be. We'll come back to that, Craig.
We'll come back to that
Craig will
amount
look at that
to figure out what that amount is.
what the number is.
Thank you, Member Cox and then Member Binnings.
and can we also
30 rental fees for the weekend upstairs.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
can we also ensure that it would go on the video screen at the community center? Thank you, Mr. Belfry.
Member Binnings.
Thank you. In my notes, I actually had what are the regular rental fees for those 3 days? And that would be something I'd be willing to cover. They're applying in other areas too. So they're requesting funding from other areas, organizations, levels of government. And face painting and an art slam seem fairly expensive. It's on page 129 of our budget binder. For face painting,
So many pieces.
129. It just seems $5,000 is a little generous, and it's I think that would be a good initial contribution to this group.
Okay. So when you let me know, I'll put that number. Okay, so at this point, I think that's the only festival event one that doesn't have a related declaration. So that's why I kind of threw it in at this point.
Okay, Canadian on the others in the original page one.
Sorry, Canadiana, the Coldwater Canadiana Heritage Museum.
Yeah.
We're back on the main grants list, so
I'm fine with the
73.
73.
So just because we're jumping around, and I understand
sorry.
why, what page in the binder?
page 145.
Thank you. I want to see my notes.
Fair enough. We are bouncing a bit right now. Coldwater, we're back on the main list.
Yeah. That's it. Okay.
145.
I'm gonna go.
Yes, but they're thinking
I
they're
can
gonna
speak
give
in.
them
No, we said 73.
Member Binnings.
So with the Canadiana one, my notes are that we gave them 7,000 in 2021, 7,300 in 22, 7,500 in 2023. And when it says, how do you plan to spend the money? There's a huge chunk there, $4,400 plus for property taxes. So I'm just flagging that. I'm not sure if it's an allowable expense or if it doesn't meet the criteria.
Member Cox.
Through the chair. They came to us many years ago because what happened was MPAC found out that they had a little room that they sold homemade things out of, and they started to assess them as a business. So there's taxes skyrocketed and they wouldn't allow it, but they like their little thing they can sell because people like to buy stuff. So that was the rationale. So when they came to us, they said, these taxes are way too high for us now and they tried to talk to MPAC. MPAC said, nope, that's it. They came back and re-looked, said no. So we said we would help supplement it because it is a heritage museum. And we felt that we needed that for our area.
Member Jansen.
Yeah, I'm in support of this initiative and providing them with the funding grant that they're requesting, or the $7,300 that we approved for last year. This little museum in our community is a gem, and I think we should be supporting them through this grant request, and as well as showing up if we can. Show up there and promote residents to show up there too.
So what are we doing?
Sorry, before we make a final decision, I just want to also say that I'm 100% in favor of this, but where I'm starting to go down a bit of a slope, not just with this one, but others, that in general program grant policy 3.1.d, if a prior grant more than $1,000 has been received, the new grant application has to provide information as to how the prior year's grant funds were spent. And that's one area that we've been very lax on in all of these. So I'm all for the grants, but at some point we need to do the accounting. This is not our money. This is public monies that we're distributing. And so I'd just like to know if we can have a process where we can approve it in principle, but we'd also like to see. Thank you.
Member Cox, and then maybe Allison can.
I think it says here how it was spent. And that was a motion of council to do this. So I think it overrode the policy because we didn't know where else to put to help them for the 4,000 something, which their taxes are probably more now. So they usually they've told everything they've done. I guess, do we want bills? That will be something we'll have to decide in the new year if we want to relook at the policy. Thank you.
Allison?
So depending on the version of grant, we have had more formal reporting structures than in the past. So if you've applied for a capital grant in the past, we've absolutely had a form template report that you have to submit. And a good example is the recent one that was done by the mill when they received that general grant earlier this year. They have since filed the report with myself. It's in my office. With respect to the general program grants, that's the reason. And I'm going to have to request member meetings for me because she asked me first thing this morning. I genuinely could not remember. There is a reason why we have that question on this for the general program grant ones, is so that before they do file or as they file for the next one, they do have to account back as to how they spent the ones from the year before. We do have limited staff resources to follow up with the stuff. So putting the onus on their submission before when they go to apply for the next year, as to what they've done with the prior year's one, was the way for us to get the information back to council, and make sure that they account for it at the same time. So.
Okay.
Member Jensen, and then we'll move on.
I'm just wondering for future years for budget, if there's a possibility that these items could be numbered and then have tabs for each of the grants to make it a little easier to get from one from this page into each one of these. Thank you.
I can take that back. I do my best trying to put them in alphabetical order to help. So they're all in alphabetical order. So just for consensus, so we have 73 or 75 for the museum. 73, same as 2023, or the 2075 that they have asked for 2024. Someone throw it.
I think 75 is what I see.
75. Okay.
I would go with what they asked
And
for,
it's snowing
75.
outside.
Yeah.
My mic's not on. That said, I think we're now moving into ones that folks have declared on. And just so that our chair can go and come back, I think we'll move on to the two items that our chair is associated with. The first one will be the mill.
Sorry, Allison, before we move on, we have the number for the rental of the space at the arena. So
The Coldwater Art Area Studio tour.
So I'll let the director respond.
So through the chair, because we only charge by the hour for rentals, I can ballpark it because we don't have the hours that they're looking. If they did the 3 days, it would be $360 for the weekend. If they use the kitchen, it would be another $50 per day, so 500 max. Yeah.
We gotta put a number in there. So 500.
Okay, member Jansen and then member Minnings.
No, I think that's you know, not a lot of money to provide to a group that's bringing people into our community again for arts and culture. You know, I know that one of the issues that was discussed with this group when they came to the BIA was just about being able to have a wider reach. And I'm wondering if there's at least a possibility of maybe $1,000, which would help them with some advertising costs to give them a little bit larger of a reach. This Coldwater and Area Studio tour.
Yeah, member Minnings and then member Burkett.
Sorry, I'm not responding to member Jansen. So he asked a question. So should we?
Oh. So I think member Jansen put out he wants to go from 500 to 1,000. Is that? Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. So I need to just know a little more history of the, do they sell paintings when they do the studio tour? Like, can someone tell me, is that what the purpose of it is?
Member Cox.
Yeah, this was started, I think, about 20 years ago. So what they do is artists usually were in their home, much like the one that's done on Thanksgiving weekend, the studio tour. And what they did do is they went to businesses in Coldwater and other areas where their artists were and asked for a donation. We've never had this come to us before. And I think COVID, it kind of fell through and that's coming back. But I believe that we give them the arena, that they see what they want the arena for is they could put 4 or 5 artists up there with their work instead of having people go over here and over there and over here and over there. And I think that's why they were trying to centralize something in Coldwater so it would help bring the people in. But I believe that they do go out and ask for help from different businesses and sponsors.
Supplementary, if I may, through the chair. Thank you for that explanation. But are they selling their?
Yes.
So they're making money.
The artists are making money. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think by us giving them the hall
Me
is
too.
sufficient. I think I would be okay with that because now we're catering to a business, and I think that may be a fine line.
We're actually, if we just give them the hall, we're actually saying we're encouraging local artists to be able to attend and stay in Coldwater.
Member Jansen.
I just want to ask a follow-up because one of the things that we discussed while we were talking about these festival event grants was the promotion of our of Severn Township on their promotional materials. So would that still be a request of the township if we're going to provide the hall in kind that our logo be on the promotional materials?
Madam CEO is going to speak to that.
I think Councillor Jansen is asking an opposite question to what I think you're hearing at the other end. I think he wants to know, for our contribution, are we expecting our logo on their materials?
The answer is
Maybe it's such a small amount that I think the flip side, we would assist them with our promotion. You know, we would put it on our board and we would boost their posts and all of those things. We may, and we probably should, but it's such a small amount. It's not really fair to chase them down for that. And we have really strict brand guidelines and all those things that I probably wouldn't impose that on them, even though it would be good for us. But I don't think we're giving enough to them to demand that.
Okay, I'm going to let Andrew speak to it and then member McIntyre.
If I can, Mr. Chair, I think if currently it's in the events grant section. So if we're simply providing them the use of the building, I don't know if you would want it to decline on an annual basis. You might want it to just go into regular grants.
Okay, member McIntyre and then member Minnings.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out, and I hate to do this, but in the past, we've supported the Washago Art Club. Now, they're not asking for anything this year, but this is an art club. It's an art, well, they would have an art event in their studio and sell their paintings. It's a similar, I'm not trying to kick Washago Art Club. They're magnificent group, but.
Thank you. So, I don't know if anyone's attended studio tours in the past. So studio tours are something where individual private artists list their properties that are put up in a brochure. People buy tickets and then they get to go house to house and they travel on a route to go visit the various vendors. This isn't one where they shop the downtown core much or something like that. This is one where they are literally buying a ticket to get a brochure that will give them access into someone's private studio for the day. It's more like a studio. It is a studio tour. This isn't where they're decorating the downtown core, which like the Washago Art Club, to be fair to them, they did the bicycles and such and things in the past that decorated downtown Washago as a comparative point. Whereas this is an organized private event that is purchased tickets that people buy for to be able to participate in.
Yeah, Member McIntyre and then Member Jansen.
Just to follow that up, they're asking here for us to donate the arena to them. That'll be a fixed place where they'll go to sell their wares, the same as.
So if I can, the one thing they're looking for that's different in this event this year, because when she did come in and I did help her try and put this together because it was her first time. They're looking to do, and you might notice it in there, called an art jam. So this is probably one of the things they're looking to host at the community center, which is where people can come and do art as a group. And you come and you do the 5 brushes of paint on something, and then the next person comes by and they do. You'll see it sometimes. Like Muskoka's really big on it. They have the big murals, especially if you've seen downtown in Huntsville, where they'll put a big mural down on the downtown on like one of their big events, and everyone walking by can paint a couple lines and say they've helped put the downtown art together. So this is kind of what they're looking to do. So that would be one of the items that they're looking to use the facility for. So, but in general, studio tours are a paid private event where you buy it. You don't get the map until you pay the ticket price.
Member Jansen.
Just for myself, I guess a point of information that I did attend 3 different locations and I did not have any door charge or anything for this particular studio tour. I'm not too sure. So, okay. I'm reading the room though and understanding that the donation in kind is
so we're leaving that. Andrew, are we putting in events as 500? Is that what you're saying?
So if I can, Mr. Chair, we're going to move it to general grants. I think that same thing with those 2 parades. So because the events themselves are declining balance grant funding.
Right. Yeah. And I agree with you on the Santa Claus parade. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've moved the 1 over for now. So when we get to the others, we'll deal with the others.
Yeah, Member Minnings. Yeah.
Thank you. So good discussion on that one, but what I wanted to talk about was the Canadiana Heritage Museum. Now, absolutely want to help this group out. They're awesome, but under the general program grant, it says a maximum annual grant of $1,500. How do we give them the $7,500 that they've asked for? And that's an important consideration because, spoiler alert, I'm going to be bringing forward something around grants because just to avoid this, I'm pro grants, but it can be confusing. So help me understand how we can approve this.
Okay, Member Cox, please.
Well, I'm just going to say what I said before. There's a motion on council to ensure that we help them with their taxes. And I think, Madam
CEO, if you could.
Sorry, maybe I'll offer a different path because Councillor Minnings is correct. It doesn't fit in the actual criteria. But both the Canadiana and the mill, when we get to it on their insurance, also doesn't really fit in here. And there's a reason why it's here. But we could move it out of, Andrew's going to hate me, but we could move it out of grants into economic development and lower the grant amount because that's really what we're talking about. We're talking about supporting some big places that are draws to our community. But Councillor Minnings is quite right. It doesn't fit here.
Thank you.
I think it's still important. It's just maybe not in the right place.
Supplementary. That's like a brilliant example of economic development right there. So thank you.
And
thank you for that.
I got to say, I won't hate the CAO on that one. because we've done the same thing with the physicians recruitment.
Well, that's where
Lake
SegPay
Country.
is, so it's kind
So,
of. the
so
same
we can
thing.
simply move into because there are typical things we're going to fund on an annual basis.
Just not grants. Thank you.
They're not.
Thank you. Member Cox.
No, I'm
You're-
just seeing if you were going there. Oh.
So on the, sorry, just so I'm clear before the chair goes, for the Canadiana, we're in favor of 7,300, but we're going to move it from grants to ECDEV and we're going to reduce
7,500.
Sorry, I missed that piece. We're going to reduce the 60,000 by 7,500 and increase the economic development number. And we may have a similar discussion when we get to the mill on their insurance.
Okay.
So Allison, if we move to the next item, can I?
Excuse me. So you'll see the note that appears up here now that says move to economic development. Council will receive a final copy of this so they can track it. So, okay. So then now though, your $60,000 budget here has been reduced to 52. I'm going up. 52. 5. Thank you. I am not a math person. That's why we have a finance department.
So before, I was going to say, before we do that, we may want to ask council if they want to reduce the budget line or if they just want to keep grants budget at 60,000 and have us deal with moving it to economic development and getting.
There, they'll be making more money.
So you're going to simply reduce what you're granting every year. Okay. I'm okay with that. I just wanted to clarify that that's what we're doing if we reduce the budget line.
Okay, Member Minnings, and then
Okay.
CEO wants to speak or no? Okay.
So on what you've just said, are you moving the entire 7,500 to economic development or are you maxing the 1,500 in the grant? So I would prefer if you max the 1,500 in the grant for that grant portion. I'm just afraid of reducing the budget line for grants to help our economic development is going to hurt other people who will want to put in grants. So I'm just thinking that we're muddying the waters a little bit, and economic development is separate from grants. Grants are really important. And I know not everybody feels that, but I'm pro grants. And I'm just worried that next year, if we do this, then we're looking at a grant budget line that's maybe if we've got the both, we could be almost $20,000 less than what we have historically been providing.
Okay, Madam CEO and then Member McIntyre.
I think that only matters if you think that you're going to give the Canadiana less over the years, and I can't imagine that you are. So that number has been reserved for the Canadiana for the last 15 years or however it's long. So whether it's in grants or economic development, it's the same number. By splitting it 15 and 6, it just makes the accounting messy, and I'm not sure I see a point to it. If council wants the grant number to be bigger, that's a whole separate thing. But I wouldn't suggest splitting the Canadiana into two pieces. I think that just makes it confusing for them and us.
Just to clarify, I don't want the grant number to be bigger. I wanted it to remain the same. Is that what's happening here with moving the budget lines?
It wasn't what we've been hearing, so we would need some direction. We'd need some consensus on whether you want it to keep it at 60,000 or as we move things to ECDEV, if you want us to decrease it accordingly.
And thank you. And that's important to me because I wasn't aware that the 7,500 is a standing promise to this organization. I'm for it, but it's not clear in this budget. And this is where, I mean, without having been here for years and knowing that, I just don't want other people organizations to be disadvantaged if this lowers the overall grant budget. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Member McIntyre had his sign up first and then Member Brennan.
Through the chair, I just have I'm struggling to figure out where do we get the midterm contingency money for midterm requests? The numbers are shuffled here, and I'm not certain if it comes from here or where it comes from.
So if I can respond through the chair to Member McIntyre, typically what we do is we determine what grants you want to approve now. And if there is a gap between that number and what you budgeted for, that's your contingency line. Right now, we're not in a position to know what that's going to be until we've finished finalizing all of these approvals now.
So therefore, just to follow up, Mr. Plunkett, if we shave numbers here, that's the amount of money that'll be ready for the midterm requests?
So somewhat, other than we are over budget right now. So until we come down below that number, we'd have to shave off more than just what we're shaving now. We'll see it once we're done. We'll see where we're at, and we'll see if there's any contingency available.
To follow up, that seems to me that it's certain that we won't have any money for the contingency for the mid-year requests by the sound of things. Or we won't have anything.
Sorry, I'll wait.
We'll know once we've gone through all these approvals, and we'll see where we're at.
Okay, can I ask Madam Clerk and then Member Brennan and then Member Burkett?
Thank you. So I just thought for like remembering where we were to where we are. So last year when council reviewed, or in say January of this past year, when council reviewed their grants, the total grants budget was sitting around 20, or it was sitting around 30,000. So when council added all the money in from villages and the former villages and hamlets, you've already doubled your grants budget. So just something to bear in mind, so that our grants budget has already grown. So when you talk about the Canadian Museum, that was in prior years coming from the original 30,000. So you still have that entire new 30,000 to play for with respect to the ones you're considering this year. I just thought it was important to bring that up to say that your grants budget has doubled since last year's budget. So when you're thinking about the Canadian Museum and the 75, it's really coming out of what I was going to say, your old grants budget, which has been there. So, I mean, just trying to give some balance into when we talk about growth on the grants budget, we have already doubled since last year. So if you're going to pull that 75 and move it to economic development, you're still higher than you were at the starting point of last year's budget for grants funding to be awarded, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Yeah, I think, sorry, thank you. Through the chair, I think you've essentially answered my question on this thing here. Like that $7,500 is not available anyway. So you're not reducing your grants. What you're doing is just balancing the books here. There's no threat to the grant program here. I don't see that at all.
Member Burkett.
So this is the way I see it. So to Member McIntyre's comments, the 30,000 that was in villages and hamlets has been put together for the grants. And at any time throughout the year, we can use that 30,000 should someone come forward. Yeah, that's the way we set it up. Yeah, we did.
Changed it.
No, and Madam Clerk, this is the way I'm understanding. Anyways, so back to Member Minning's comments and Member Brennan's comments. $7,500 for the Canadiana is a constant and has been a constant for years. No, that's fine. So I can't now. You have to take that 7,500 out of the 30,000 for the grant. So now we only have 22,500 for the remainder.
No,
yeah.
No,
well then, but hold it now. No, you're misunderstanding. There's another 30,000 that's still in the queue, but it has to come down to 52,500. Correct. That's what it has to do. It has to come down to 52. No, I haven't mangled it. 52,500 is where we're at for the grants.
I think we're on the same page.
Yeah. So does every.
Okay, so I
All right.
might suggest at this point that we move on. So I think there is general consensus that we have the funding for the Canadian Museum going to economic development, and the appropriate budget related to it will move from grants to economic development so that there's no impact as a result of that change. I believe that was the consensus on the Canadian Museum.
But supplementary, if I may, what's the bottom line on the 60,000? Where is
so
it? So
now you have
what's the total?
So amount? Right now you have a remaining budget then for grants. So your total budget for grants now, if you've taken the 75 out, is 52,500.
Thank you.
You, as of right now, have awarded $8,147. Live table helps. So, okay. So I think at this point we'll move to the mill.
I'd like to declare a conflict and step down as chair and pass the chair to Deputy Mayor.
Stop. No, I want to speak to this one, Mark. I want to go first.
Would you like?
May I go first on this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm good.
So
hang on page. Okay. Are we going to start with the, I'm sorry. Are we going to start with the programming? So that is on page 171. Yes. Okay. So now you know where we're at. I'll let Madam CEO speak.
I actually wanted to start with the insurance, and I'll tell you why, because I think it follows nicely with the conversation about the Canadiana. So the insurance is a new request, and it's because the chair of the board, I think I'm loud enough, but the chair of the board came to see me to say they were really struggling with their insurance costs and to explain to me what a value the mill is to the township and what would be the township's role or responsibility if they lost that building. Would we help them, rebuild? Would we, whatever? And I said, with my accountant brain, it would actually be cheaper for us to help you pay your insurance costs if that's what the struggle is. So it's a new request, and I did fly that by the mayor and the deputy mayor, and was very clear with the chair that I don't speak for council, and this is just my suggestion of how you might be able to help. So I see that very much as economic development, the same as the Canadiana. So that piece, I would suggest, if council is in favor, that we move it to economic development because it doesn't fit in the criteria. And they have two other requests. One is programming, which we have historically done, and one is new. So you'll want to take those each separately, but I just wanted to cover the insurance piece because I did suggest that to them.
Okay, so just to clarify before we dive in, we had $60,000 as our grant, and if we take out $7,500 for the mill and the $7,500 for the Canadiana, our grants are $45,000 as of now. Still ahead of what it was last year.
Yep.
Thank you.
Done.
Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Thank you. Member Brennan, then Member Burkett.
Yeah, it's just through the chair to the CAO. So is this the total cost of their insurance? Are we paying the whole thing? And after we heard today about 37% increases in insurances, are we going to pay a 37% increase next year too? Where are we at here with this?
Yeah. They were still in the process of finding insurance. That was their other problem. They're a very unique property and are having trouble finding suitable insurance for the value of the replacement of the mill. So I don't actually know the answer to that. We came up with that honestly as a reasonable ask because we support the Canadiana in that amount. So I didn't necessarily tie it to the insurance, although that was the basis of the conversation. But I said council supports the Canadiana to the tune of $7,500. It's a similar kind of entity. So again, I said I was very clear. I don't speak for council, but I could see them being similarly treating you.
Yeah, I just want to point out that most mills of that vintage have long since burnt to the ground. They are a high risk. Hang on, these are a high risk for burning. This friggin' thing it's basically kindling wood. So you have to be careful. There's a lot of pine logs in there. That's I'm just saying, like, you got to be careful how far we go with this thing. It's a beautiful facility. I love it.
Yeah.
Just we got to be careful. Like, if we're going to say we're always paying the whole shot, it's different from we're going to pay a certain amount to help them out.
Yeah, we can be clear. Oh, we can be clear with them that this is a contribution towards. It's not a covering of. But they're very aware. The chair is actually an architect, I think, and the insurance has been so challenging that they're drawing plans of if it burnt to the ground, what parts would they rebuild and what it would look like. Because and I said to him, this is a new one for me. I've never heard of it. Like when you buy insurance for your house, they don't ask you what it would look like if it burned down, right? Like I couldn't wrap my mind around that, but that's what they're being asked for. So I just felt like it was a very valuable thing to the community, and I thought council would support it in some way.
Thank you very much. Okay, I agree. Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. And I have the same concerns as Member Brennan, and I couldn't find a set figure in the book, but I think next year, depending on what the cost of insurance is, I guess they will bring that back to it, correct? Not that I want to support paying 50, well, there's nothing in here that states how much the insurance is because they don't know. They haven't found insurance yet.
I'm assuming that we give them the $7,500 this year, and they come back next year. We can question them, or they can come and make a presentation to explain to us what they need.
And we'll be very clear with them that this is a contribution towards, not a covering of.
Thank you. Okay. So we're okay to move that 7,500 then into economic development. Okay, now we need to go to page 171, and it is the programming, the $1,500 for the mill, and they said they spent it on their Saturday Night Live and what they're going to do this year. Okay, and is everybody okay with the 1,500?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now we move on to the $10,000 one. I need to see how the rest of the committee feels. It's down to 5. And we have to remember that we already gave them 2,000 this year for beautification.
No, this is in.
Yeah. This is what they're asking for right now, but we did give them 2,000 out of the beautification grant. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Just for point of clarification and just so council knows, so the 2,000 that was awarded is the 2023 grant. So this would be a 2024 grant. And they have filed the appropriate wrap-up report, just so council knows.
Now I'll go with Member Jansen and Member Burkett.
So on these capital grant requests, my understanding is that only 50% of the funding is eligible, as you've noted here. So the request would really be for 50,000 because they're asking for 10,000. Are they aware that if we provided them with the 50,000, or sorry, the 5,000? Thank you. With the 5,000, that they would also have to spend 5,000 in order to receive that 5,000?
They have been informed of that, and were informed of that when the last grant was approved.
Okay.
So, if since then they've forgotten, they would get that reminded to them. If they get any funding, that would be reminded to them in their award letter.
Member Burkett, then Member Minnings.
Thank you through the chair. So to date, we're going to give the mill $9,000, and I'm happy to give them the 9,000. It's a gem for Severn Township, but I think the other 5, I'd like to hold off because we do have other organizations that are looking for money. So let's go through the whole thing and see what's left, see what number we have, and I guess we'll have to ask the chair to recluse himself again.
No, I think that's a good idea. I think we should go through and let the other ones who have, and if there is anything, we can, and if there's not, well, they've got $9,000 from us. Good. I think that's a good plan. Thank you. Yes, please.
And I'll mark it as yellow just so that we know member, we're not done with his items yet. What? We still have the Matchedash Hall to deal with.
Right, Matchedash Hall. Come back. I forgot about that. No, I'm not doing me. It's I'm tired of people. That's where I get upset. I don't know. But how come you're asking for $10,000? I'm sorry. It was Matchedash Hall and the M. Okay, so
I've marked the one in yellow so that if we need
so
to
what
come back
page
to
is
it again.
Matchedash Hall on? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's worry about it. Oh, yeah.
It's under M.
Yeah.
Okay, we're working on it. Matchedash Hall. Me too. I have no problem. I don't need
It
to
is
look it
page
up.
198.
Okay, 198. Okay, are you okay with it? Okay, we're good.
1,500.
Yep.
Now
Yep.
we can grab
You can
Member
get-
Taylor.
Thank you.
I almost managed the cookie, Carla.
I'm using the HTML version on my computer that just links to the website, so I didn't have the page numbers working. So it's 500 for the Egg Society. Okay. So then we had 1,500 requested from the Cold Water Legion.
I got a leak. What page number is it on?
Give me one moment here. That's the Lions. It is page number 148. They're looking to purchase equipment and furniture to help with their programs and stuff.
That one warmed my heart when I read it, I have to say. I don't get a pick, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, go ahead, Member McIntyre.
Foursquare behind Legion and their request for $1,500. I can't see how we could possibly.
Please, your microphone, please.
I'm 100% in favor of the Legion's request for $1,500. I can't see how we'd say to the veterans, no, thank you. You're not worthy. So I'd like to say that $1,500 we're getting away light. Anybody opposed to it?
I think we have an agreement with that. Yeah, well,
It's on the next, it's on the events and festivals list. So if we're moving parades over, then this will move out of festival and events.
So I think Member Jansen's going to speak to this one.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of it. I'm glad that we're moving it over. I guess going back to Member Minning's comments though about if it's in the general program grant that it's only a $1,500 maximum. I'm wondering how we look at the funding of 2,500 if we've got that restriction. How does the 1875 is actually because of the 25% reduction year over year that we're asking them to become self-sustaining. But I guess the comments earlier from Member Cox was that Santa Claus Parade or an event of that type doesn't generate any income. There's no avenue to generate income. So it's like a service to the community.
Agreed. So their actual, sorry if I can interject, Member Jansen is correct. Their actual ask is $2,500, not $1,875 as it shows on this page now. Because it wouldn't be considered a declining balance event.
So supplemental. So I would be supportive of the 2,500 for this initiative. I think it's a great initiative in the community, and it's very well attended. For any of the councillors that have attended, if there's a way to fit it in to one of these grant requests to provide them with the 2,500, I think that would be much appreciated.
Yeah, like I can see the Santa Claus Parade. I don't know for the New Year's Eve whether that 2,500 is justified, but sorry, I jumped in ahead of Member Minnings there.
So I'm looking for the detailed page in the binder for this one. On what page? Okay. Because that has all the context that I'd make my notes on.
I mean, right? The page 153? 153, I think.
Yeah, that's great.
If I can, if it would help. I know you've got your notes on, but I could. So last year, then that they spent the full $2,500 last year between the band, Candy for Santa, and various lighting. They spent the full $2,500. So they received $2,500 last year. And they were funded actually under the Festival and Events grant last year, which is why they automatically reduced their request to $1,875 this year, because they proceeded to assume that they'd be held under the same grant application as last year. So their actual applications for $1,875. But given their expenses, they've just reduced. So how do you plan on spending the money? $1,875 would be used towards paying the 3 bands, which is $1,650, with the balance put towards helping with candy expenses for the big Candy for Santa. So that's why they requested the 1875 for this year.
Okay, Madam CEO, and then Member Brennan.
I'm just always trying to find a way to make what you want happen. So despite the deputy mayor's contention that it's not an event, kind of is an event. If you move it to general grants, it is only 1,500. They are looking for the 1875. You are talking about revisiting the grant program next year. So why don't you just leave it where it is for now and fund them the 1875? They'll be happier with that than the 1,500. And we work on, when we look at the policy, we relook at where these things fit and what the maximums are and all of those things. So
Member Brennan.
Just a little, I don't have parades in Ward 3. We're just not into that, I guess. But so we have a parade, one that works on a parade, and there's a parade there, and there's a parade in Cole. How much are we spending on parades? And I'm just kind of curious, are they all treated the same way? Is everyone getting sort of equal billing? Then why are they treated differently?
The only thing I can tell you is that the parade in Coldwater is phenomenal, especially since they went nighttime. You would not believe it until you see it in firsthand.
No, I'm not. I'm happy with what we're saying for the. I just want to know: are we being consistent, or is it prorated on how we treat? We have 3 of them. We could have 5 next year. Are we being consistent? Is my question.
I'm going to let Madam CEO speak, and then we'll let the committee speak.
Yeah. It's a real challenge for council to decide because you each have to pop out on a different one, which is why I'm suggesting that when we look at the policy, we need to come across for that. But there's enough of you at the table that you could say, okay, parades are worth 1875 because that fits into the policy of the max that we can give the one, and we give everybody else the same. Now you'll have to figure that out when the other people leave and come, but there is a majority at the table. But I think that's a great point, Councillor Brennan.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting they all are the same.
Parade should have a value.
A parade in Toronto is not like a parade in Aurelia.
Yeah.
So there's differences, but I'm just thinking that every one of them should have the same basic consideration for fun. I don't know why you would treat a community differently.
Yeah.
Member McIntyre, sorry.
Just for clarification, we do get from time to time a small donation to our parade, so that Coldwater may not. So our ask is 2,000 on this one. I can't speak to it, but I mean it's 1875 the other one. So the CEO has made it clear, we're going to be in and out. So maybe we could just make one figure, and then we'll learn later when we were allowed back what it is.
Yeah, well, we're gonna review this.
Madam CEO, and then I have a comment.
It's a tricky one too, because there's some fairness in giving the same, but the idea behind the events grant, although I know not everybody thinks it belongs there, is you get better at it every year. So your parade gets stronger, and then you find more donations, right? So West Shore Parade is newer than Coldwater. So do you support them more to begin? I don't know what the right answer. I think it's so complicated, but it's so complicated that I think it would be easier, at least just this year, to pick a number, give it to everybody, and then sort out an appropriate policy in the future. Just to
throw a wrench into the wheel, like we have a mini one in Severn Falls. That's Hispanic. And it's $300, and that it varies. One brush doesn't paint the whole thing.
That's what I mean. But the same set of rules should apply to all of them, is what I'm saying. I mean, and let's not forget the big parade in Ontario was Eaton's parade in Toronto. And that was business paying for that. That was a business. That was to encourage businesses into the downtown core at Christmas time. That's one of the reasons we have parades. There's nothing wrong with getting other sponsors at some point.
Not sure where we are on that one.
So I'm sorry, member.
No problem. Sorry, I was just going to go back to the comments that I believe we should provide the 1875 for the Santa Claus parade for the Coldwater Lions. I'm not sure if you were going to say something along those lines.
I was going to say exactly that. So where we were is that we were just dealing with the Coldwater Lions one right now. which their request is for 1875. So I have noted the 1875 up onto the festival and events funding. And then again, deal with this year and then we go forward. Because again, the parade amounts that were requested are not the same for every group. We have 300 that was requested for River House. We have 1800 here. And I think, some of the other ones for, the Washego ones are $1,000 each. So, just no two are the same. So we'll just deal with them case by case for today and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
Okay, so
What about the New Year's? So 1875, the Lions Parade.
Yeah,
And then there's a different request for New Year's Eve.
yes, so there's two requests for Cold Order Lions. There's the Santa Claus Parade and then there's the New Year's Eve. So New Year's Eve is requested for, I believe it's 1875 as well. They're very conscious of the declining 25%. So
Member Jansen.
Speaking on this one, I know that, that again, this New Year's Eve, event that they do is well attended. I believe we also provide them the arena, for the skating, throughout the day, which is, also well attended. I do know that they request donations from business communities or from individuals if they'd like to, from, amounts of 100 to 500. And I believe the request is really to offset the cost of having a fireworks display.
so again, their request is for 1875.
Okay, and then where that number came from is they took 25% off the 25, but anyways,
Yeah.
so technically they are looking for 2,500, but they've requested 1875 because we told them
Yeah.
that's what the max
Yes,
is.
that's what happened.
But I would agree
The
with,
policy and it's their
Yeah.
second year and
yeah, so I would agree with, I think we have a consensus on that.
okay.
1875.
So the other one that I think might knock out one of our other members is the Washego Events Committee. Okay, we're fine. Mike, Mayor Mike can come back in. This is always the musical chairs.
Because you get made the decision there, Sharon. Holy, this is like music. You got the table chips.
Okay, so we're at the Washego Events Committee's request. So they've requested $2,000, which is $1,000 towards their Canada Day and $1,000 towards, I think it's their Santa Claus Parade.
Which one?
We're at the Washego Events Committee.
So it's 1,000 for.
Yeah, it's a different color.
1,000 for.
So sorry, I skipped a line, but we can come back to it. Give me 1 second here. No, I don't.
I don't think they vote back.
I can't.
Okay. So do we want to go in? So Washego Events Committee is where I was. So if that's fine, if council wants to go somewhere else, then we can go somewhere else. Yes. So they requested $2,000 for the Washego Events Committee, and their grant request says that we're on page 211. So, so they've requested, basically $2,000 that will go towards their Canada Day, Santa Claus Parade, various insurance for the two parades. And they're also requesting the in-kind support for roadblocks, use of the community center, et cetera. So.
I'm fine. I'm just supportive of that. Yeah. We're good. Yeah.
Okay. So then I think that was it for Member Cox. If she, oh,
$4,000.
yeah, so she's not in the Washego line. She's in the cold water. Can you bring
Send
Judith
Judith
back
back.
in and
Probably
swap?
Wanda. I don't think Wanda's on the line.
Oh, Wanda is in the West Shore Events Committee, so
Yeah, so come back.
she'll come back and then pop out. This is always, this is why we leave it to the end.
Which one, where that is?
Which one? The Washego Events Committee is Washego District Lions Club is 213.
Are you in the Lions in Washego?
No.
Come on in.
Come in.
Neither's Jim and neither's Wanda.
I know, but they're out for another reason.
They can come in
They
for
can
this
come back
one.
for this one, yeah.
Can you not? Okay.
Yeah.
Go guys.
Everybody but Mike.
Chop, chop.
Okay, so we're on Washego Lions, which is on page 213.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so they are requesting 4,000. How do you plan on spending the money? So this would cover the cost of the outdoor stage, music equipment, and lighting for their events. Which their events that they're looking to have this 4,000 go towards is the Oktoberfest and Canada Day.
Well, how are they doing it?
Member Jansen.
So just for clarification, so they're asking for a 1,125 for Canada Day. And then they're asking for a further, so the balance of that $4,000 for their Oktoberfest event. I'm supportive of them having events. I guess I just looking at the draw and that the number of attendees that come for the Canada Day for the $1,000 is 1,000 people for the full day. And then for Oktoberfest, it's 150 people. So the value, I guess, or the return is quite a lot less than yeah. And did they break down what it was for Oktoberfest that they would be spending that money on?
Member Minnings may help us here.
Outdoor stage and music and lighting.
Yeah, and then as we're trying to find answers, you may know, with the Oktoberfest, I'm wondering if it's an adult only event and then it's not inclusive of the entire community. That portion of the bands and the evening part, I don't know, but I'd like to know that.
Member Cox. Thanks.
The bands are for July 1st. Because I've been there. So they have bands all day. They start at noon and they go till midnight. Now I've been to the Oktoberfest in Washego and they do have Papa band, but there were, they have an Papa. It's very nice. Anyway, and there were some kids there. Yes. So, and they had food for them. Yeah.
They didn't ask for.
They didn't ask for
They've never
October
asked for
money
funding
before.
I'm just through the chair. I'm
Go
just
ahead.
wondering through the committee, given that you've given other organizations less, if that's a
Yeah.
big ask. So
2,000.
Yep.
maybe you want to
Member Minnings, I'll let you
reduce that a little
comment.
bit.
So last year they received 1,125. Is that correct? 1,125. Yeah, I'm thinking around up to the 1,875 or whatever it is we gave to the others is kind of where I'm.
1975.
Or
Andrew has his hand up there.
If I can, that 1,125 that they'd asked for the Canada Day started off at 1,500 and it was brought down to 1,125 last year. So therefore the component for this year really should only be $750 for the Canada Day event, which would imply that would effectively imply that they're asking for $3,250 for the Oktoberfest component.
Too complicated, but 1875 sounds fair in some of the other discussions that we talked about.
No, 1875. Okay.
Okay. 1875 it is. Okay, so now
We can either go to BIA or we can do West Shore.
Just to, what about Washego events?
We did Washego events.
Oh, you did, okay.
Yeah.
And I don't have to think again.
you're in.
So it's your choice.
We just have the one that affects Wanda. So why don't we do the West Shore Events Committee?
Yeah.
And I believe the mayor can come in for this one.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Yeah, we are. The team is already having lunch. They're waiting for us. It's gonna text her.
We're getting there. We're almost through. Okay, so West Shore Events. So this is new. They are looking for $47.50. One towards part towards a Santa Claus parade, one towards an Easter egg hunt, a Taylor Swift dance party, and a music in the park. So they're looking for funding towards 4 different types of events. So part of this would be Santa Claus parade. I believe they're looking for a total cost of 500, the Easter egg hunt. I can't find the total there. So the Taylor Swift dance party was 1,500 and 2,500 towards the music in the park, which would be a multi-week thing. So again.
Okay, Madam CEO can help us here.
Yeah. Just based on some of the decisions, it's been hard when you're all popping in and out, but you gave the Coldwater Lions $1,875 for 2 separate events. I'm wondering if you wish to mirror that for West Shore, because they've got a number of events. I don't think you want to give them 1875 times 4, but maybe 1875 times 2, and be clear in that they need to pay their insurance costs, because if you read their grant, they're asking for us to provide the insurance. We do not do that. We don't do that for any of the parades. Parades must. So it's a little less than what they're asking for, but not considerably less. But they do need to be aware that they have to pay their insurance costs. That doesn't.
37. Yeah, 37.
I would agree with that. But hold it now. Look, you look at what they're requesting. So the 250 for the Easter egg hunt, the 250, 500 for the Santa Claus parade, which is fun. So Taylor Swift,
It's 4,000 on its own.
I know it's 1,500, but then the music in the park, total request purchase guitars. We're not purchasing guitars. Oh, yeah, we're not going to purchase it. Like, we've got guitars. Someone can have guitars. I think
They're not getting the guitars out of 3750 anyways.
Guitars and cases.
Why don't you just round it to 3,700?
But 217. Yeah, but hold it, like 15, if you do 15 to.
The total is 4,750.
Too much.
I think it's too much.
I agree.
Yeah, we agree. So why don't we pay 3,500?
This is the first time. Why don't we give them 3 and let them figure it out?
Yeah.
Let them,
Okay.
let's give them 3.
We don't want to mess with Taylor Swift, but
I want to start buying stuff. Like, that's not right to buy equipment like guitars. Like, who takes care of them?
Totally up to council. Pick a number. I'm getting hangry.
Yeah, well, that's a grant.
3, and then make sure you
And-
say we don't pay for insurance.
Yes, you need to pay for insurance.
We don't have balls and we're not
Yes.
pens and things.
Yep.
We're okay with
3,000?
Yeah. We heard 3,000.
Okay, so 3,000. So again, going back to the main list.
We're on the.
So this is 0.
Left.
I think
I think all we have left is BIA.
You're gonna give us this, right?
Yeah,
BIA plus we have to do the.
then we have the Washego Art Club,
They don't want to.
and they didn't want any, so I'm just filling in blanks. So we just have the Coldwater BA left. So if someone could grab member meetings,
And then we have to come back to the.
which are
The
the,
mill.
yes, once we get there.
Yeah, after this. So sorry, we'll wait for member meetings. If I could go first on the. So we have let the BIA know that this is an unusual grant. Our understanding of council's intent of this policy is for entities that don't have other options. The BIA is legislated, they have their own levy. If they want more money, they should increase their levy from their membership. From a staff perspective, we think their requests are probably not appropriate in this manner and not what council intended, but that would be up to council to decide.
Member Cox.
It's okay.
I agree. I agree, because they have $31,000. Now they're asking for another 4,000.
I spoke to them, and I did speak and say that I was pretty sure that council and staff would probably feel that they had their own budget, and most of these organizations either have no budget or they fundraise and have their money.
I agree as well.
So 0 for the lighting, 0 for the hanging basket. What about their?
And 0 for the
Witchcraft.
witchcraft, 0 for the witchcraft as well.
Oh.
The only,
Can
Can I speak to that? I don't have a problem giving them $1,000 or something towards it because we did give money to Steampunk and they had budgets. But if you're still feeling that it's not right, I don't have a problem if you don't agree. It's not a big deal.
I think a starter, like it's a starter, right? So I think council may wish to encourage starting of new events, but if it's a long term, maybe you want to give them a little bit of seed money, but
So if
long term, they should build it into their levy.
Yeah, because if we give them $1,000, then next year they will get 75% of that, then 50%, then 25. So it's seed money. Can we agree on that?
so $1,000 for the witchcraft and wizardry event.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so we are down to the final, which is the Heritage Mill beautification. We did the other ones, so we'll have to ask Councillor Taylor to leave, and I've lost track. Councillor Jansen to come back, and we're done.
Just for the one.
Just for the final one, Mark.
Mark's got to go.
They deferred the beautification until they saw where everything was.
Take my glasses instead.
Can we wait a couple calls? Yes, you may. Thank you very much, man.
I just wanted to put the amount of money they're asking for in perspective for council. So apples and oranges, but the BIA in their own levy, so what they collect, they are spending for the town $5,500 in beautification. The mill for one property is wanting to spend $10,000, of which they want the township to pay $5,000. So my accountant brain, that added up to too much, but that's a council.
Okay,
call.
let's start with Member Jansen, and then we'll go to Member Briquette.
Yeah, looking through the documents and I guess the quotes, they're searching for or they're looking to spend $1,300 on garbage cans, each garbage can. Is it 16? Maybe 16 with tax. I thought it was 13. As well as to add in gardens. I think that's great. But part of the request says to beautify, I guess, the riverbank. I think the riverbank looks great already, just by being natural and natural vegetation. I'm supportive of having maybe some gardens and landscaping done, but I don't know if we really need to touch the side of the river or the riverbank.
Thank you very much. Member Briquette?
Thank you. Through the chair, we're giving the mill 9,000. I'm in favor of what we've given them today, but this added, like to Member Jansen's comments, a garbage pail, it says here 1363. I'm not in favor of buying a well, okay, well, it's okay. And then flowers, you know what? They can, to Member Jansen's comments, I'm not in favor of that. Like, we've given them $9,000 and we're going to be way over budget as it is. And I think it impacts the levy.
Okay. You have to remember too, that we also gave them 2 on top of that at the beginning of the year. Okay. Anyone else want to speak to it? Member McIntyre, sorry.
That was my point. We gave them $2,000 earlier in the year, and I don't know that we have to cut them off the knees, but $5,000 is an awful lot of money. And we could come to a consensus on if we wanted to give them anything, but we can kick it around.
Okay, Member Minnings, and then we'll go to Member Briquette.
So have we given them money for beautification already this year?
This year.
I mean, and do they have their own membership where they collect fees like the BIA? Because I've heard them compared to that. So does the mill? I'm just, I don't know. So again, it's, I guess, in keeping with
Trend.
Yeah, the trend. And I guess I'm also wondering where we're at as far as the money, because if this is for garbage cans and plants predominantly, perhaps it can be put forward until we get some more information.
Thank you. So
where are we at?
I can give you an update on that. So with the festival, so right now for festival events, you're at 11,625. So when that's brought over, between the other ones you've awarded. Bearing in mind your grant budget is now down to 45,000 because of what you moved over to economic development with those two others. So you have currently spent $24,772, which means you have about 20,000 left to spend.
Or that's 22,000 that comes off the levy. We don't have to do midterm. We only ever last year did it because we had a bit left. But if we want to take money down, then that's the way to do it. Okay, Member Burkett.
Thank you through the chair. Now let's leave the 45,000. Because we've committed to that. We've used 24,000 of the 45.
24,772.
Okay, so we don't know what's going to come through mid-year, and you know what? Let's not take away from what we originally talked about. But what's the 67,000 that you have there, Madam Clerk? Is that what was originally requested?
Yep.
Okay, and then the 31,700.
Sorry, the 31,700 is last year's.
Okay,
That's the 2023 award for grants.
all right.
Bearing in mind that that's before you had your extra money that you moved over from villages and.
Okay.
Okay, Member Brennan, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to the mayor, could you go over your original comments with regard to what you felt we should be funding there? I just got thrown off a bit, and I'm not 100% sure. I've been to I think one or two of their AGMs. I think that restaurant is rented out to a private organization. They do get the rental income, but they're not making money from the restaurant per se. Okay.
And they also have a store. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, the store is theirs, as I understand it, and it's a small gift shop with modest revenue, I would think. But you know, they are doing their best. But I'm pretty sure the restaurant, if the restaurant wasn't being used, they'd probably have financial difficulties.
It's my understanding, unfortunately, that the restaurant just closed. I'm not sure how much of an impact that will have on the mill and income that they generate, but I'm sorry to have to share that news.
Hey, Member Burkett.
Thank you. So just some background history with the mill, and we're happy to support the mill. So we did originally, previous council, we gave them 15,000 towards an exhaust fan for that restaurant. So we've been supporting the mill all along. To date, in this budget, we now have over $9,000 that we're giving the mill, which is pretty generous when you think about it. So I know that there's still some monies available, but there's going to be other groups that may come forward throughout the year, because that was the whole crux of it. We took away the villages and hamlets. Council was going to make that decision and we don't know what's going to come forward. And it's only $20,000 that's left. And right. So to your comments about the budget, we need 300,000 to bring down 1%. So 20,000 isn't going to be a huge amount in the big scheme of things. But I think at this point, just my opinion, I think we just give them the 9,000 that we've allotted and leave it at that.
I agree. And the other one too is we did the road, remember? We looked after the tunnel under the road and the flooding issues. That was 60 or 70,000. It's not that we haven't been kind.
So I guess where I'm going with this is, and I've read in their quote descriptions, they chose that particular garbage bin specifically, etc. But I do still think that they add value, and I'm just looking at the plants. I've seen their courtyard. I've seen the structure, the gazebo or whatever they've put in. I know they're doing music nights. It's a real photo and a destination place, like that background's used. I think we have them. I don't know. I just would like to think that we could help them with something for beautification or something in this line. And I understand that like if we took out the insurance, then what would we have been funding them, because the insurance is above and beyond. Anyway, I'm just wondering if we can sharpen our pencil just a little bit on that.
Member Burkett.
Let's give them $500 towards beautification. Eagles, we spend a lot of money at Eagles. Maybe Eagles would like to kick in another $500 in plants. To Member Jansen's comments, like flowers are easy to grow, and to spend that kind of money, they're making a huge profit on it. So let's give them $500 towards beautification. That's almost $10,000 now that we've given the mill.
So are we good with $500? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that
Are we
brings
finished?
that brings your total grants allocated so far to $25,272, which leaves you with a contingency for the year if you need it.
Sure. Oh, yeah. We're all through all the items now? Yes?
Yes.
Can I, just one question? I'm not sure who the chair is yet. Request to speak, Chair.
Can I sit down first?
Oh, sure.
I'll just say goodbye.
Okay, Member Brennan.
Just so. Sorry, when it comes to the West Shore, when do we talk about its future and any scenario possibilities around that? Like, it's not in the budget. It's a huge financial item, but it just seems to me at some point, I'm assuming we're going to have a conversation about ways and means of possibly getting this thing up and running. That's all I'm asking.
Madam CEO.
For sure. Council gave direction Wednesday to go ahead with updated plans that included a walking track and a fitness trail. So we will, Craig will be leading the charge to get those updated plans. And once we get those updated plans, we'll come back to council and we'll have a better cost estimate at that time. And then you'll figure out where you want to go from there.
Okay, so I have two motions that need to be passed. If council's ready for those. Okay, so the first motion is that the 2024 administration grants be approved as discussed, and that any items for which conflict has been declared or deemed not to have been voted on or discussed by the individual making the declaration. So.
We have a mover for that. Moved by Member McIntyre, second by Member Cox. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, and just a motion to adjourn.
Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Jansen.
Oh, we have to thank you.
Oh, I wanted to get out before that. Okay. So
Sorry, did we have a mover and a seconder for that?
no,
Okay.
no, the mayor's wants to
So
speak.
thank you. And through the chair, I just want to thank the chair for a great job as usual. And I want to thank each and every one of you. This was a pleasure doing budget with you. I think we did it really well, but more so, I want to thank all our staff for a great job. Absolutely.
It was a great team effort. I appreciate that. Thank you.
On that note, who wants to move? Moved by Member Brennan, second by Member Jansen. All in favor? Carried. Wanda, that's for you. That's for the next.